Hey everyone, Tech Gamer here. Welcome to our playthrough of Final Fantasy for the Nintendo Entertainment System. So let's get it started. So basically Final Fantasy takes place in a fictional world where the earth has basically begun to rot. Four heroes appear carrying darkened orbs, which is us. So here we have to select our party. Now, there's a couple of ways to do this. Everybody has different opinions on what the best party is. There really is no best party per se. My particular party is a fighter, a black belt, a white mage, and a black mage. So that's basically what we're going to do here. As you can see, I'm just naming my characters Tech A, Tech B, Tech C, and Tech D. So we'll make this the black mage here. I like this party because it's a good mix of offensive and defensive. Defensive mainly being the white mage. But there are other characters you can use, such as a thief, ninja, a red mage. I prefer this party. Feel free to comment on the video if you feel otherwise about my setup here, but I'm pretty happy with how this party works out generally. So here we are starting off in the fictional world. As you can see, we have our 4 party members here, and we have 4 darkened orbs on the top left of the menu screen. We have no items. We basically have nothing. We start out outside the city of Corneria. So if we go inside the castle here and talk to some random people, we'll learn what we need to do in the game here at the beginning. Here is the king. We are the light warriors, and just as the Lucan's prophecy foretold, we have arrived. So the first thing we need to do is deal with Garland. He has kidnapped the princess of Corneria and needs to be taught a lesson. So, can't really do anything yet because we're really not prepared for anything. So the first thing to do is to visit the village of Corneria and spend some money. We have 400 gold. So, I'm going to go ahead and buy a rapier. And I'll give it to the fighter. I'm going to go ahead here and buy a wooden and give it to the black belt. I'm going to go ahead here and buy a small and give it to the black mage. And then we'll go ahead and buy a hammer, probably, and give it to the white wizard. Now, let's talk about this a little bit. So this is pretty much your standard, buy weapons, buy armor. With my particular party, things are a little different. You'll see that I'm not going to equip Tech B, which is the black belt, with many things because he is naturally strong on his own. As he gets up levels, his protection and offensive abilities become stronger corresponding to his levels. And he actually gains strength by keeping him unequipped with things. Now, that does not apply at the beginning of this game because right now he's pathetically weak. But you'll see later on in the game how strong he is. He packs quite a punch just with his bare hands. So, I gave him the nunchucks basically for right now. And that's pretty much it in terms of weapons and armor that we can do here. Now, this game, you actually have to buy your magic. So, what does that mean? You don't earn magic as you level up or anything like that. You have to buy it. So, we'll go ahead here and go to the white magic shop. And you can buy 3 magic spells per level. So, level 1, as you can see, they sell 4. We can only buy 3. So, my opinion is buy Cure, which we just did. And buy 1 more here. Harm is a good spell. You know what, actually, let's go ahead and buy a black a wizard spell. So again, the same principle applies to the black wizard. And we'll go ahead there, and we bought some spells. So as you get up levels, you get the ability to use the spells more often before having to stay at an inn. Right now I can use them probably just once. So now that we've done that, we're ready to fight around a little. So this game is all about grinding. Unfortunately, there is a lot of grinding in this game. Actually, I can use fire twice and cure twice. So right now we're really weak. As you can see, we have minimal to no hit points. We're starting all out at level 1, which is your standard for, role-playing games in general. So what we need to do is basically fight around until we get up to at least level 4 or 5 to take on Garland. I've done it as early as level, 2 or 3, depending on which kind of build your party is made up of. But with this particular party, I like to be on at least level 4. And then after you get up to level 4, you basically can then head over to Portoga and get the ship right away. So it makes sense just to kind of get up to that level. So as you can see here, the battle structure is, pretty similar to any other classic RPG game you played, Dragon Warrior, the other Final Fantasies. Just basically fight, magic, drink, item, or run are your choices every round. And you want to balance how often you attack and how often you defend. So I typically will use my fighter, black belt, the black mage for offensive, and the white mage purely for defensive. With the exception of when we're in some underground places where there's undead, you can cast harm, which will knock through a lot of enemies, which we'll see later on. Right now, it's just, these guys are all pretty weak, so it's just a matter of fighting to get up levels. And we'll be doing this for quite a while. Here, I'm going to put timestamps on the comment. It'll be a pinned comment at the top that you can click on to take you to any part of the game once I finish the entire playthrough. And so as you can see, the imps are pretty weak here. They don't do a whole lot. They don't give a whole lot either. So, but this is all we can fight right now. So we're basically on the northern continent now. This fantasy world consists of 3 large continents. The world does not have a name. There are various places that we will visit along the way. And the whole premise of the game is to stop the 4 fiends and his boss, to restore the crystals, the 4 elemental crystals. So there's wind, fire, earth, and water. And once we bring all them back, we'll basically save the world. So that's the whole premise of Final Fantasy on the NES. And that premise extends into Final Fantasy II as well, which came out for the Super Nintendo. This game was, was kind of the competition at the time for Dragon Warrior, or Dragon Quest, depending on, I always call it Dragon Warrior, because that's just what it was when I grew up at the time. If you follow my YouTube channel, you can see some other videos where I've played through all 4 of the Dragon Warrior games on the Nintendo Entertainment System. And I intend on doing the same with the Final Fantasy games. This Final Fantasy was for the NES here, and then the rest of the legacy games, retro games, once that came out in the 90s, basically, the other 2 were for the Super Nintendo. One of the benefits of playing, Final Fantasy is I just have the controller sitting on my desk here, and I literally just have to, walk back and forth with one hand, tap A or B with the other, and I've actually gotten pretty good at doing it with just one hand, the whole thing. So I kind of can sit back and relax as I grind throughout the game here. So as we get money, we're basically going to go ahead and buy more magic spells. This game, my recommendation is you max out your magic spells for every level throughout the whole game. Obviously, spells like Fire, Sleep, and Lit are the good spells for the Black Mage here. Lock, there's rumors that it doesn't work. I can't actually say. Here's a clinic. We don't actually have to do anything there. Can't actually say whether or not Lock actually works. I never actually bought it. In any of the times I played through Final Fantasy, I have a pretty good system that I use. When you want to save, you stay at the inn. That's how you save your game here. And then that's where you quit. So when you're done, you hold reset to turn the power off. Same thing as any of the other NES games where you save. You literally leave it there, hold reset, and then hit power on the Nintendo, and the game will turn off. That was because you had to discharge any stuff being written to the game cartridge and some other various technical things behind the scenes. If you didn't do that, you would notice some people would get the gray screen when they turn their game on. Their game would be erased or never saved, stuff like that. So that's why they've always said you have to hold the reset and power button. And they actually fixed that with the Super Nintendo. So just knocking through these imps here. So as you can see right north of here, there's that gap between the two land masses. That bridge is gone right now. The White Wizard actually has a pretty good hit with the hammer at the beginning of this game. It helps make this grind a little better. So to beat Final Fantasy, there's a lot of different, methods and systems that people use, more so about your party. You can rush the game with having 4 fighters, who are the red guys. Tech A is a fighter. He has a very strong physical attack and very good defensive capabilities. But the considerations are, right now there's no magic for him. So you're limited to his offensive and defensive capabilities. Now, you'll see when people speed rush the game, speed run it, that they use 4 fighters. There's different ways to do it, and they can plow through the game pretty quick. You just have to keep stocked up on weapons and items. I prefer the mixed party of this because you get the nice offensive and some defensive capabilities all built in. But consequently, the game does take a little longer. It'll probably take me about 18 to 20 hours to beat this game, because I do like to do 100% completion, which makes it all that more fun. Believe it or not, the bosses in this game are not hard, are super easy. Getting to them is the challenge. So the 4 fiends and the final boss. And there are some little mini bosses scattered about, but they're really not that difficult. It's more so about getting there to them. Alright, imps are dead. We got up to level 2. The one thing I should have done, and I didn't, I should have made the text speed go a little faster, but it's okay. So let's see, go ahead and cure the black belt. And keep on grinding. Through imps. So you'll find that I will try not to run for the majority of this game, with the exception of when I'm in the caves, dungeons, or towers prior to the 4 Fiend bosses, because you'll see why that is when I get to that point in the game. Don't be afraid to take your time playing this game, because it makes it that much more enjoyable. You don't struggle with the 4 Fiends or Chaos at the end of the game when you take your time and get up levels. Like I said, you can speed rush this game. There's multitude of strategies to make that happen. I've seen people beat this game in, hours versus, doing the 100% completion, because there's a lot of stuff you can just skip to beat the game quickly as you can. I prefer not to do that. I prefer just to enjoy the game, play the game, take as much time as you need to beat the game. It's not a race. It's not, it's all about enjoyment and having fun, because that's what all video games are really just about, is, just have fun. So that's my logic on that. When I was a kid, I used to rent this game to play it, because I would, didn't have the financial means to go out and buy it. So I would rent it a couple times and, beat it. That's how I first played this game, and I showed it to all my friends, and they were like, wow, this game's awesome. And then as luck would have it, one of my, more well-off friends bought it, and then we were able to, trade for a while when you wanted to play the game, because I used to like to play the game through different, iterations of the party. So there I just bought Harm. See how, what it was like to beat the game with fighters, with, just wizards. There was wizards, don't ever try. Not fun. I think my least favorite character in this game that I would probably never use is the Red Mage. I know they get a mix of offensive and defensive magic. I don't know. I just don't like them. So as you get up, level 2, 3, you can start to venture up into the northern area of this continent, and you'll fight these guys, the Mad Ponies. You gotta be super careful, because look how hard they hit. But they do give more experience. So you want to knock them out as quickly as possible. And do your best to keep your party members alive, because they die, they lose the experience from that fight. And just other annoyances, like you have to pay to bring them back to life and stuff like that. guy. So harm works on any of dead characters or undead. So bones, skeletons, zombies, anything you find in caves, usually it works on. So just have to, try it out and see how it works. So as you can see, harm knocked through these bone enemies pretty quick. They're dead. So it's definitely a useful spell to have. So you'll see that when we get further, as we get further into the game, magic is scattered all around the world, and you buy it in towns. Basically, you buy it, you're taught it, whatever you want to call it. I'll just call it you buy it. So level 1 magic is bought at Corneria. Level 2 is bought in Portoga. Level 3 is basically Elfland with, I think there's some level 4 magic mixed in there as well. Some towns have 2 different locations for magic, and in the town, like Elfland does, for example, which sells different levels of magic. So you'll see as we progress through the game that sometimes we'll have to make special trips to a location just to get magic, which is fine. I mean, that's, it's worth doing. And you can fight along the way. Once you get the ship, it makes it easier to fight. You can fight out the guys on the sea who are weak against Lit. So you can use that against them and knock through them pretty quick. And they give good golden experience. That touches on a good point. You'll find throughout the dungeons, caves, towers, whatever you want to call them, wherever you are, that a lot of the treasure chests have a lot of gold in them. Some of the caves and stuff, you can get like 100,000 gold just, clearing through a place, which you'll see later. Especially the underwater one has a ton of gold in it and treasures and stuff. So you always want to do your best to get the treasures, which is something I'm going to touch on a little bit right now, is get those treasures, find them. Even if you have to do it twice, what I do typically, and you'll see when I get to the point in this game, is I do a run, go into the caves, do into the tower, whatever, clear out as many of the treasures as you can, as you want to, and then warp outside or walk outside, use a cabin, a house, a tent, save, then go back in and do it all over again. You'll see I do that with like the Earth Cave, especially because there's giants and stuff in there. And it's good to Marsh Cave too is a good one that I can think of as an example. That's good to do it in, especially because you're weaker at the beginning. And it's worth it to get. You'll see too that once we awaken the elf prince, we get the mystic key, which then means we can go to places around the world, some of which we've already been, to open doors to get treasures, which have good armor, gold, stuff like that. So we'll have to do that too. So we're going to go back here and stay at the inn again. Don't be afraid to let one of your characters die. It's not that big of a deal. You can bring them back to life really quick. It's worth it to fight the fight, even if one of your characters could pass away, because the others will benefit from the experience. I'm curious to hear you guys, my viewers' opinions on what your favorite party is. There's so many different variations that you can do. I just happen to like this party. I don't know, I think it's a nice mix of, you got your super strong offensive fighter, your super strong offensive black belt, then you got your super strong wizard with the magic as he gets stronger. And then you got your white mage that can heal pretty quickly. So, I don't know, I think it's a really healthy mix of offensive with the defensive coupled in. You'll see, and if I remember right, with this particular party, when I get to, like, the Fiends, I can knock through them in sometimes two rounds and be done. And sometimes they don't even get to really, hit you that much, because with the fighter, the black belt, you get those strong hits in right away, you can knock the guy's hit points in half. The black wizard with his magic, then coupled in with it, and then you use the wizard, the white wizard, to heal. It's like super easy. I almost feel like the 4 fiends are underpowered, even when you fight them again when you go back in time at the end, which you'll see later on. So it's, knock through the imps. You'll see later when we do a class upgrade, after the Castle of Ordeals, that the fighter actually can learn some light magic, which is helpful-ish to an extent. That makes it immediately helpful when you have a full fighter party. That's pretty nice to have, but you mostly use it on the map when you're walking, more so than in a battle. because you want your offensive guys to focus on attacking. Final Fantasy is some of my favorite games. It's still a super close competition between Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior. Up until... So Final Fantasy, this one, when I first played it, was like, Dragon Warrior is better. And I liked Dragon Warrior better for a long time. When Final Fantasy 2 came out, with Cecil and stuff like that, my thought at the time was Dragon Warrior was still better. I just was always such a huge fan of the Dragon Warrior games. Now, when Final Fantasy 3 came out, or Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 6 in Japan, 3 in the United States, the one with Terra, Locke, Edgar, Sabin, Gao, Shadow, Kefka, all those guys. That game blew my mind. I was absolutely in love with it, and I played that game probably more than any game I've ever played. I literally got up like to the max, like my hit points were 9999 for everybody. I played and played and played that game. I used to be able to like beat it. Like I could just play it to beat it like over and over again. And it was super easy because I got like all the levels. I transferred all the espers to all the people, learned all the magic for my main characters, primary party. You know, I used to love that game. And the graphics in the game were like way better than Final Fantasy 2 was, and you know, it was just like an awesome game with all the characters. You had like 14 different people you could be, and then like the hidden guys was just like, wow, this is awesome. So I've always loved like Final Fantasy games. Now, fast forward to today, you know, I played Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy X, all those games, and I still love them. I don't know, I liked the originals, like the original retro games better. Final Fantasy 7, the remake, I played it on the PlayStation 5, right behind me. Game was a whole lot of fun, was a really cool, you know, a different universe-ish kind of game where the plot was different, different timeline, you know. I thought that was pretty cool. One of the things I didn't like, though, was the depth of the world is just not there as it used to be, because, you know, and I think that's because they make the games so, you know, graphically intensive now that I feel like that the story gets sacrificed a little bit to make that happen. Now I know they're splitting the game up into three or four different, you know, scenarios, where I think the next play game is supposed to come out in 2022, but now that we've left Midgar, but I'm waiting on that one. And you know, I think that as the graphics have gotten better, storylines have sacrificed a little bit, but that's just my opinion. Some people may feel differently. I get that the Final Fantasy VII remake was a different time line than the original, and that's why different things happened. But so yeah, that's my 2 cents there, for what it's worth or not worth. Knock through this mad pony. You'll see how crazy strong the fighter gets later. Especially when you get the strongest weapon in the game, which you think is the Excalibur, because of all the work you have to go through to get it. But it's not actually. The Masamune that's inside the Temple of the Fiends when we go back in time later on. We're up to level 3 now for everybody. Doing good here. Imp Strike first. So, I mean, at this point in the game, these guys are starting to get easier and easier. But, you know, we still got to get probably just one more level. That should be good. Now, again, some of you are probably screaming at the screen that why is he wasting his time to get up these levels? Well, after I do this, I can go right to Portoga and get the ship. So, you know, there's that reason. Oops, I forgot harm doesn't work on these guys. That was a dumb mistake. I like how in Final Fantasy II, when you have Rosa, which she is a main member of your party at the end of the game, she can learn the spell White, which is a really strong, you know, offensive spell, which is ridiculous for a white mage. Which is cool, though. I think the spell was called White. You gotta be careful of critical hits in this game. They can knock out some of your weaker members, like the black mage and the white mage. Like, and then one thing too that's annoying. I don't know if it's just a coding miswrite. There are certain enemies that you'll run into in caves and stuff that you cannot run from. It tends to be more when you see 5 or 6 of the same enemy. You'll find that you can't run from them no matter what you try. If you find that after 3 times you can't run, then just fight. Because you're going to waste your time trying to run and keep getting beat up. Then when you could just beat them up, you know, pretty quick with the fighter and the black belt. You're going to hear me probably inadvertently, you know, refer to the fighter, black belt, black mage, white wizard as their tech A, B, C, D. So, you know, just keep that in mind when I be like, oh, tech B got hit. I'm referring to the black belt, or tech A got hit as the fighter. Because that's just what you'll hear, what I do, especially when I get deeper into the game. When I'm playing this game, I am actually recording this live, right as I'm playing it. And then what I will do is merge the 2 videos together before it's uploaded to YouTube. So if I die, it's gonna be real. I don't use any cheat codes. I don't use any game genies. I don't use any kind of skips, saves, anything like that. If you do see an occasional blip on the game, it's when I do pause it to take a break for a second or step away for a minute, and that's why you'll see it come back. You may see a flash on the screen when that occurs, because, you know, I'm playing a 20-something hour game. I can't play it all straight through at once. It's just that I don't know, when I pause it, my capture card blips it for some reason. I'd like to figure out why that is. So what I have is a Nintendo Entertainment System connected to a video capture card through the video adapters to a HDMI port, and then it plugs into my Elgato video capture card inside of a computer, and then I can output it to a screen, which is what you see me looking at right now. That's why you don't see it on the TV in the background. It works well. It has, you know, some occasional glitches and stuff like that. So we're going to go ahead here and wander around inside Garland's palace here. This is the Temple of the Fiends. I don't want to give you any spoiler alerts about the Temple of the Fiends, so all I'm going to say is we'll be back here later on in the game as well. We found our first treasure box. I found a cap. Always collect the treasures. Like I said to you before, you might come across some stuff that you don't need, which you'll see a lot of, and you sell it. Especially if you don't have a particular character in your party who could be equipped with some of it, then you just sell it. And it's good extra money. Because the more money you get, the more money you can put towards weapons and armor and magic. Especially magic. Magic's definitely the most important thing in this game. Especially having the right mix of spells is great, because you can, like I said, with the right party, you can knock through this game like that. And you'll see that with this party, I feel that I can, I should be able to knock through it like without dying at all. Not to say I won't lose a party member or two, past in the fights, but the fights should be pretty easy. Oops. If you tap A on the screen, it always tries to talk to someone who's not there. So we're going to go ahead and cure the Tech B. All you can do right now inside of Garland's palace, the Temple of Fiends, is get the treasure boxes on the left side. The right side, they're locked by the Mystic Key. So I recommend you come back here later once you have the Mystic Key and pick up those treasure chests, which we will do. They have some pretty good stuff in them. So let's talk about the black belt for a minute. You just saw him attack with the nunchucks, yet you heard me before say that he should not have any armor equipped, or weapons, I'm sorry. So here's my general rule. Let your black belt get up to level like 5 or 8. 5 to 8, somewhere around there. Remove his weapon, whatever he has, remove it, sell it. Done. Let him just have absolutely nothing equipped ever. And that will increase his offensive and defensive capabilities, which will be all relative to the level he's at. So you'll see that he'll start to hold his own in terms of defense and offensive abilities without having to have anything on him, which is great because for 2 reasons. 1, you don't have to worry about what do I have to equip him with? Do I have to go find it? Nope. Just leave him empty. 2, you don't have to buy him a thing, so that saves you money to use for weapons and armor for your other 3 party members. That's why he's such a robust value member of the party, and just makes things that much easier. Now, what are some of the considerations? When you don't have him equipped with anything at all, he is more susceptible to effect spells like poison, instant death, status changes, stuff like that. So that does get kind of annoying, but the pros outweigh the cons. So that's my 2 cents there. Alright, so now that we've gotten the treasure chests in the Garland's Palace, Temple of the Fiends, we can go back, stay at the inn, and then prepare for next steps. So like you just saw, there's no shame in doing a dungeon, a building, a tower twice, because the benefits are astronomically good. You got to be careful because for some places you have to go out of your way to collect those treasure chests, or you have to fight like a mini, boss or battle to get to that treasure chest. And the one thing that's really bad about Final Fantasy is, you'll see it later you'll start seeing it in like the Marsh Cave. You'll step on a spot to get a treasure chest, and then you'll have to fight a fight that you can't run from. And the guy is usually pretty challenging. So you have to fight that fight, and once you get it, then you can step on the treasure chest. If you make a mistake and step on that same tile, we'll call it a tile, again, you have to fight that same fight over again. The game doesn't know that you already fought the fight. So be very cognizant of that, especially in places where there's 6 or 7 treasure chests in a room. You're not going to know where to step. So you have to be super careful there. The White Wizard's getting beat up pretty good here. Go ahead here and buy up some more magic. Whoops. Let's see here. I'm going to buy... I got one more level 3 spell to buy. So Fog is a good spell to buy. It can help basically, minimize the attack vectors for your characters that you cast it on, so that they can, have a higher chance of not getting hit. And we learned Sweep. Sweep is one of the best spells in any Final Fantasy game. I don't know, it works really well. So here's one thing we haven't touched on really yet, items. So items are, things that are in every game, whether it's Final Fantasy, Dragon Warrior. So here you can buy Heal, Pure, or Tense. Heal, bring back hit points. Pure will cure poison. And Tense allow you to recover some hit points. Not magic, though, in this game. And save. So you would want to use a tent before we fight Garland, for example. But keep in mind that houses are the only thing that bring back magic points in this game. So you have to be careful that, as you can see, I have no money to stay at the inn yet. So I need to get a little more money. Save. Probably using that was a little bit of a waste, but that's alright. You can fight around a little more here. We're going to anyway. And then I can get enough to stay at the inn. So you always want to make sure you have a healthy regiment of tents, cabins, and houses. As you get more money in the game, just buy the houses. But, you want to make sure you have those, because especially before you go into any kind of dungeons or caves, you want to make sure that you save. Because even when you're at a level that you think you should be at, things can go south really quick in this game. The worst enemy in this game, I feel, are the cockatrices. They're these birds. You'll see them. They hit you and they paralyze you. And they're really annoying. And you can get your party wiped out. Not because of the paralyzation, but they get beat up, and then your party gets beat up because they can't move. Thinking what I want to do here. Yeah, let's go back and Get around just a little more, almost ready to fight this guy. Excuse me, I'm tired. So the you'll see me, like I said, when I play throughout this game, I'm basing the levels that I'm at on my particular party. It's really open-ended about what you should have your party levels be at based on what your party is and what your comfort level is. If you're one of those people that are just going to go in and be like, I want to wail on this guy and attack, then make sure your levels are, strong enough to support that. If you know how to manipulate the fight such that you can be protected against the attacks or magic, then you can do it at a lesser level. So for example, when you fight the Earth Fiend, who uses a lot of fire and stuff, if you cast, spells that minimize the level of magic attack, then you can beat the guy at an earlier level. But keep in mind, they still do physical attacks. So there is that aspect of it. It's all about balancing, what your level is. Now, if you go into the Earth Cave and you're getting destroyed by the guys who are in there, don't try and run your way through the cave to get to the boss. Because while that might work and get you there, by the time you get there, you're going to be so beat up and you're going to have healed and all that other stuff. You're never even going to be able to fight the guy who's there. So you want to keep that in mind. You should be able to fight your way through the cave or dungeon. I'm just going to call it cave, dungeon, whatever. You should be able to fight your way through it to get to the guy with ease. If you can't, then consider getting up more levels. Because you're just going to have a hard time fighting. With this particular party, I should be able to knock out most bosses within 2-3 rounds. And the funny part is, the final boss, that still applies. Which you'll see is the final boss is not really even a challenge. He is to an extent, but when you have a certain weapons and, a strategy, it's like stupid easy. It's more so about getting there than the actual boss fight in this game. One of the things I like about this game, and I liked it about the Dragon Warrior games too, is the non-linear progression. They don't tell you what to do per se. So what does that mean? Like right now, the king of the castle told us that Garland kidnapped Princess Sara. So we know we have to rescue her, right? Easy. Then next, we figure out that we have to go to Portoga because we need the ship. We're given the ship there. After that, you kind of have to sort of figure out what to do on your own. And the trick to figuring that out is talk to people. When you go to Elfland, they're going to tell you, the people there are going to tell you what's going on. And if you talk to all the different people in the castles and the village, you'll learn what exactly it is you need to do. So, for example, when you get to Elfland, you find that the elf prince is asleep because Astos put him to sleep. So Astos wants the crown. So then you have to go to the Marsh Cave and get the crown. Once you give it to Astos, he fights you. He then gives you Matoya's eye, which you then need to take to Matoya to get the Awakening herb to bring back to the elf to, progress with the game. So that's kind of a linear thing. After that, the world opens up and you can go and do whatever you want in whatever order. Now there is a kind of a set order based on levels, but it's not written in stone. People do it different ways. We need to go back and stay at the inn, but we can go back inside first. So I'm probably strong enough to take on Garland right now, but I'm just going to get up one more level to play it safe. Ghouls, again, these guys you got to be careful of. They can hit your weaker defense characters, and, you know, if they get a heroic hit or, you know, a strong hit, they can kill them in almost one shot. Later on in the game, you'll see that we'll learn some spells to help mitigate stuff like that from happening. We've already learned one of them, and I recommend you use them on your, what you learned, Fog or Invis. You want to use those on your party members that you want to keep alive. So, like, for example, what does that mean? When we fight a boss fight, who are the main people I need to keep alive? You're going to say everybody, right? Yes, of course. But who are the primary? The people that can hit the hardest. So the fighter, the black belt. We want to keep them alive at all costs. The black mage, he can die because it's not the end of the world. The white mage, we need to heal. So later on, you'll see that we'll get a healing staff that's basically useless as a weapon, but it's great to keep it because if you use it as an item, it casts heal on the whole party. So you'll see me use that quite a lot, especially with boss fights. And I'll use it even if I don't need it, because it'll be ready for to be used, and the boss will typically hit you before it's used. So that's a good strategy. You'll see when you follow the right strategy. Oops, that was not the good strategy, but I have to bring him back to life. You'll see that when you have the right strategy, this game is pretty easy. So my hero died, or I shouldn't even say hero, he's not. The fighter, my fighter died. That's okay. All the other people are still going to get the experience from this fight, and we're going to go back and bring him back to life. Now, one of the pluses of this game is if your party members pass away, and you don't know life or any of those spells to bring them back to life, fly back to the cheapest town, the original Corneria, and you can bring them back for like 10 gold. Go ahead and use the tent here. So as you can see, when someone dies or a status changes, the party gets shifted around. So that gets kind of annoying because every time you get poisoned or anything like that, that party member will get dropped to the bottom of the line. You just have to press select, and then you can reorder the group, which you'll see once I bring back the fighter back to life. Unfortunately, to do that, I have to hoof it all the way back to Corneria. But I'm not going to try and run because I want to keep, obviously, my party members alive here. Alright, so we're back here at the town. Gonna go up and visit the healer. Now, anything with the heart on the building is a healer. He will bring back your fallen party member. But you see my order is different. So press select. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Let me just check real quick while I'm here. Yep, there we go. You press select, and we got to reorder the group. So again, you want to do this anytime you have an order change. Now, do you care about that? Some people don't care. I care because of, memory. When I'm fighting these fights, I know that, okay, I'm going to do a certain thing with Tech A, Tech B, Tech C, Tech D. And if that order changes, it throws you off a little. So, I don't know, I just keep them in the same order, as always. That's why I did Tech A, B, C, D. I'm not crazy, I swear. Alright, let's back up this way. Just gotta get through these imps. Through this mad pony, done. Alright, back inside Garland's castle. So, here we are at Garland. He said, no one touches my princess, white warriors. He's like, who the heck are you, basically? And he'll knock us down. So Garland's pretty easy at this point. Just again, fight, magic, and just fight with the white wizard for right now. And we should be able to knock through this guy pretty quick, assuming we actually get our attacks in. So Garland packs a pretty good punch, especially for the weaker characters. So you want to try and knock him out as quick as possible, which is pretty easy. As you can see with the fighters and stuff, he's pretty harmless. This round, next round should do it here. There we go. We've beaten our first boss in Final Fantasy. Now that we've defeated Garland, we talk to Sara, and she brings us back to Corneria Castle. If we speak to her, she hands us the lute, which plays music when you use it as an item. If we talk to the king, he says he orders a bridge to be built. So now that we can go to the other continent, I guess infrastructure was never a big thing with this particular country, but okay. So, if we go ahead and leave the castle, and we go back and stay at the inn for good measure, we can proceed to the next part of our adventure. I always try and max up on everything I need before I leave, and in this case, I should be good to go. So, like I said, we have now completed the first part of Final Fantasy 1, and we are ready to continue moving on. So as you can see, this bridge is now built. I got attacked as usual. Imps terminated. So once you hit this bridge here, you get a first little cutscene of the game. Basically it says, you know, what happens and what's happened so far. Kind of weird that they have it now, but that's the way they do it. You can skip past all this. This only happens once. So the first thing we want to do is head north up to Matoya's cave. Matoya is a witch who is missing her eye. She can't see. You don't have to go here right now. You do have to later to get the awakening herb for the elf prince, but I just prefer to visit here because there are some treasure chests that we can pick up. So you just want to go ahead and go around these rivers and head through the woods up to Matoya's cave. If we talk to the broomsticks, they all say something, but it's backwards. It really says push B and select. If you push that, it basically brings up the map of the world. She needs her crystal. She's asking who stole her crystal. And let's go ahead and pick up these 2 treasure chests here. 3 treasure chests, sorry. Heals are good things to have. Obviously, they heal you and cures poison. And if we talk to this guy, he says the same thing. Push B, select. Backwards. Anytime you do that, right now I don't really need it. But if you do that, it basically shows you a map of the world. So, our next stop is Portoga. Got to be careful here. The guys start to get a little bit stronger. So this fight I'm probably running from, like I did. We'll see if I can actually run from it. Close call. Running is one of the harder things to do in this game sometimes, compared to other games I found. Remove this creep here. Missed as usual. You miss a lot of attacks at the beginning of the game. It's annoying. Ow. Fortunately, we've got some heals we can use. There we go. Terminated. Got up to level 4 for our black belt. So you'll see that because obviously my party is at different, points because I've had, the fighter perish. He won't get up a level as when the others did. So continuing on here, you walk east, head through this desert. Iguanas are pretty easy. We can fight through the sky here. We'll go ahead and heal up the black belt. Heals are good at the beginning of the game. As you get more levels up and your hit points become considerably stronger, I don't want to say they're useless, but you need a lot of them. So I don't really carry too many heals, believe it or not. I really should, but I'm pretty bad about that. You'll see as I get towards the end of the game, I'll bring a ton with me into the final dungeon so that I don't need to use magic as often. But even then you blow through them so quick. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god. Terminated. It's been a busy Sunday. Tired. We can stay at the inn at Portoga before we fight the pirates. So, heading south now. Come across some mad ponies here. Mad ponies are pretty easy for your stronger defensive characters. They're a little bit of a challenge for wizards, black wizards and white wizards and stuff like that. Hence why you can put them to sleep. I couldn't even imagine playing this game with all wizards. I know people do it, but I don't know. It would be... You would have to be... I don't even know. It would take... I feel like it would take forever. But I guess with the right strategy, it wouldn't be too big of a challenge. Fighters up to level 4. So continuing east. And then we're going to go south here. Here is Portoga. You can see it at the bottom of the screen before this fight. I'm going to run from these wolves. Wolves are not, they're not a challenge, but when they're in a group, they are. So I can, what I'm doing is I'm going to run from these fights just so I get to Portoga and beat the pirates and then fight around to get up levels. Yeah, especially since I don't have anything really to heal with other than cure. So one of the benefits of this is you can tell one of your party members to do like cure, and then the other 3 can run. You lower your chances of running, but you can still keep on the defensive versus being totally exposed. In the beginning of the game is where the weakness of the black belt really shows through. As you can see, I've been healing him a lot, but you'll see, it's worth it, I promise. Okay, here we are at Portoga. It's basically a port town. It's been overrun by pirates. So, first thing we want to do while we're here is, as always, buy some weapons and armor and stay at the inn before we fight the pirates. It makes that life so much easier. So you want to get the short and get it for the fighter. He can now one-hit pirates. Basically, oh, whoops. So we want to switch the weapon. So we go to weapon. Oh, down weapon. Take off the rapier, put on the short. And if we go back inside, we can now sell the rapier. Only going to get 5 gold. You get half whatever you pay for it. So, that's okay. I'm going to have to fight a battle, it looks like, because I don't think I have enough to stay at the inn. Yeah, I don't figures. Okay, no problem. I can do that. Just have to get through one fight. Again, this is why you always want to make sure you have gold and stuff, but at the beginning of the game it's a little difficult. So, let's go ahead and fight one fight. Just have to get into a fight with somebody. Here. Now watch the time I want to. Oh, there it goes. Oh, great, this guy. Alright, we can knock through this guy pretty quick. You'll see the hero, I said the hero again. The fighter hits a lot harder now because he's got a better weapon. So, this fight should be pretty easy. Let's see how he does. He attacks. Watch, he's gonna miss. $28, nice. One more round, we should be able to clear through this guy. Fighter still misses periodically, even with a better weapon. That's just the way the game is for a while. Alright, cool. We have enough gold to stay at the end. Alright, back into Portoga. Let's go ahead up and stay at the inn. And then we'll fight off these pesky pirates. Alright. It saved for us. Alright, so over to the left here is this lone pirate. He's Bick the pirate. And if we fight him and his group of 9 guys off here, we get a ship. These guys are all the same, so we basically can one-hit most of them. not very difficult here. Obviously they are in a group, so you want to be careful. Make sure you are prepared, at least level 4 for this, which we already are. So again, you got to watch your weaker defense guys. Can get beat up pretty quick here. They take about 12 hit points off, you know, every attack they do. So you can lose some of your weaker guys pretty easily. But we're very clear through almost half of them. So just keep changing, you know, changing each one who they attack on. And then we can knock through. That's the best way to handle these kind of fights. Because you can have one hit at least 3 of them per round. That's usually the average I like to see on this, is one hit at least 3 of them. Looks like we're going to hit one hit 4 of them. So that's good. I lied, 3 of them. That's what I said. It's always the average seems to be 3. You can one hit a group. But this round should take care of it. So when you have 2 left, just stagger your attacks. And we have beaten the pirates. You get 90 experience, 360 gold. And when you talk to him again, he go ahead and gives us the ship. So now we have gotten the ship. We can feel free to explore more of our unnamed world. But before we do that, we're going to beef up some other things here. More so armor at this point, probably. Now that we have gotten the ship, we need to move on with our adventures to Elfland. But before we do that, we really need to get up some more levels. So, because the guys down there get harder. So the best way to do that is to either fight around Portoga or fight on the ocean. Because as you can see, there's some more expensive stuff here, and we want to get it. So like I said, you'll gain levels pretty quick. I can buy some of these things. Buy the gloves for the wizards. The gloves, you'll see they'll ride them out for a majority of this game. Until later on when we get some other stuff for them. But that's not for a while. Let's kind of put on the wooden shield and a cap. And the gloves on the black wizard. And I want to get some gloves for the white wizard. At some point here, I should buy them now, but I'll wait a little bit. Gonna use the money for some other stuff. The white wizard's defense is actually okay. Same with the black wizards. They'll be alright for right now. Let's go ahead and stay at the inn here for good measure. And we're gonna save up for the iron armor and some other stuff like that before we buy more things for the wizards. So we're about an hour and a half into the game so far. Hope everybody's enjoying it. And now it's time for more grinding. So we are on the ship for the first time. As you can see, the ship moves really fast. And when you get attacked, we get attacked by some new stuff that we've never seen before. So obviously, again, being that these are water enemies, what are they weak against? Lightning. Gaze, the guys cast Gaze, which is annoying. It can paralyze you, and it works pretty well. So that gets annoying. It takes longer to fight these fights because of that. But you still want to stay and hang around because it's worth the time and the experience. And the guys are not overly difficult. Knock through the odd eye here. Hags. Sea hag, I guess that's what it really is supposed to be. Sahag. So as you can see, we're going to fight a lot of these odd eyes over the game. They stun you a lot. So like I said, at this point in the game, you can go anywhere you want within this ocean area that we're locked into. But at this time, I prefer to hang around and get some gold, buy some better magic before we venture south. Because you can venture down to Elfland anytime you want. It's basically south of Corneria, but the enemies there are pretty strong. And we're not ready for, definitely not ready for that yet. Pirates are pretty easy. They're not pirates, they're Kazokus. I'm just going to call them pirates. It's easier to pronounce. And you fight these guys in groups of like 6 or 9 sometimes. So they give pretty good experience, and just cast Lit. Once you learn Lit 2, which is for sale in Elfland, it makes these kind of fights so much easier, quicker. Right now the game drags because we have to fight these little fights over and over and over again. So we'll eventually get Lit 2, which makes us help speed up these fights considerably. Because Lit 2 can one-hit most guys on the ocean. Monsters perished as usual. So a good place to stay at the inn is obviously Corneria. Super cheap. And, you know, easy access to the boat. We'll go back to Portoga when we want to learn some more spells and buy the armor and stuff, which won't take long at this rate. this guy, attack him. So again, you see me spreading out my attacks. Oh, once we learn Lit 2, like I said, you can knock through all these guys in one shot. Right now, this is kind of the boring, grinding part, but it's well worth it. Missed. Bring back the heal up the black belt here. He's, again, like I said, he gets beat up pretty good at the beginning of the game, but he's definitely worth it, trust me. Another one down. Says you can see how well Lit works, but I can't cast it on all of them yet, so. Casted Fog on Tech B. That'll help keep him a little bit extra defense from physical attacks. Highly increases the likelihood of them missing by like 40%, I think. Fog 2 is 70%. Alright. Let's go ahead to here and stay at the inn. So as you can see, I'm just going to come back and forth to Portoga a lot for now while we fight around and get up some levels. Just that's all you have to do right here is just hang around here back and forth. More odd eyes. Like I said, light these guys up. Kill them as fast as you can because they paralyze you and they're annoying. Stun only lasts the round that it gets done in, and it sometimes wears off on its own, just like that. So that's a good thing, but it still is annoying because it always seems to happen to the right party members. Keep on back and forth around here. No matter, like I said before, no matter where you go in the ocean area, you fight the same guys. Just try and take them out as quick as possible. Alright, the last two. Just keep tapping A. Here and stay at the inn. That's why, again, like I said, you hang around here for a while. Alright, so here's something we can do to kill some time while we get up levels. We can go visit the Dwarf Cave. In it, there's some treasure chests that have money and some other things we can get. do these last two. There's one down. Kyoku Kazoku. So as you can see, the physical attacks of the wizard are progressively getting worse as the fights continue, because the enemies are getting stronger, obviously. Later on, the white wizard you find Thor's hammer, which is really good weapon. And apparently the white wizard is worthy. I had to go there. So, continuing on this way, we come across a dock here, which once we fight these hags off, we'll park our ship at. So now that you can see we're on this eastern part of the continent that we couldn't get to before because we didn't have the ship, but now that we do, we're here, and we want to be careful here because these guys are a little stronger than we can really tolerate right now. So we're going to run from these fights. I'm looking to get to the Dwarf's Cave. Get away from this fight. Oh no. Oh, phew. Okay. So like I said, it's risky coming over here, but the rewards are worth it. So let's see if we can heal up our fighter. Good. Alright, continuing on. Here's our destination. Now, we can't do anything in here other than get the treasure chests. Which is one here. There's some gold. There's more gold. So 1,000 gold is good. It doesn't sound like a lot, but right now it's a considerable amount of gold that we got for little to no work other than having to dodge our way here, which we need to, fight around anyway. So it's not like I had to come too far out of my way to pick up 1,000 gold. We can use that gold to buy the armor for the fighter, buy some magic for our wizards, whatever you want with it. So we'll head back over to Portoga now. And basically just the easiest way to get there is follow the land. Or just head east, sorry. rid of these guys here. One down. There we go. And we'll continue heading east. And go down this little river here, dock at Portoga. So now that we've got some considerable amount of gold, we can buy some more things we didn't have the money for before. We're going to start with armor, because that's obviously very important. So we want the iron armor for our fighter. So let's go to armor. And we'll equip, and as you see it switches from the chain to the armor, the iron, because you can only have one piece of armor equipped. So we'll sell the chain, we'll get 40 gold back. And we have cleared through the armor for this portion of the game, and for sale in Portoga. Now let's head over to the magic. We'll start with black magic. So ice is a good spell. And so is dark and slow. Cool, so we have maxed out the level 2 magic. And we have enough to buy one level 2 white magic spell, but we can come back for that. We would have. I'm going to stay at the end, so I won't anymore. Actually, we don't. I lied. They're 400 apiece. That's okay. We'll come back. So obviously the black magic spells that we bought don't really do anything for fighting around where we are right now. But, you know, they're good to have. Ice is a good spell, and so is slow and dark. Slow is being a very useful spell, especially when you fight Astos. So, back to the grind. Fight some sharks here. Sharks are not overly difficult. They do hit pretty hard though, so we do have to be careful there. Keep on floating around on the ship. Another shark. Just straight up attacks for when you fight sharks. You don't have to waste. You could use lit if you want to knock them out quick, but it's not worth it. You'll never fight groups of sharks more than 2. And then when you do, they'll be by themselves. Another shark. Level 5. And stay back at the inn. Restore our magic utilization mainly. Got up enough gold for another white magic spell for level 2. But keep on going here. So we're landlocked right now because we don't have the TNT, which is needed to blow a hole in the peninsula in that dwarf cave we were at to the east. I think I just cast harm. Oops. I'm not going to do anything on these guys. Ah, good. Solve that problem. Plus, at fights like these, while they take a long time, you get a lot of gold and a decent amount of experience. Sleep works well on Sahags, puts them to sleep, makes the fight that much easier. do... will it kill one of these guys? Good. Took care of the odd eye. Makes the fight almost easier. This particular fight is almost, feels like it's almost as long as a boss fight. Beat those guys finally. fighting here. I like how when you cast slow, it says lost intelligence. Like, I guess I could see what that means. This game, I feel like, was, when they translated it from Japanese to English, was poorly translated in some ways. But the few instances of dialogue are pretty well written. I'm gonna have to stay at the inn again. Nice, knocked out that one. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna fight this guy here. Fight, 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 fight. One hit should do it. There we go. So I'm getting ready, as you can see, the black belt, getting ready to take his nunchucks off soon. And status check here, yeah. Back to the inn soon. Here we go. Hello, Corneria. Wasn't Corneria the name of the planet in Star Fox? Knock out this last guy here. good to get a chance to strike first. Makes these odd eyes easier. You don't get stunned by him. Let's head back to Portoga soon. Doing pretty good on gold and such. If we get about 1200, I'll have enough to get 3 more level 2 spells. And then we should be able to venture down towards Elfland. Again, I can always just fight on the sea. After I get there anyway. So don't knock out one of these guys. Maybe not. Oh, there it goes. Yep. Knock them out. Back and forth on the boat. Good. More pirates. These guys give pretty good gold. As you can see, these guys are getting pretty easier to fight now. We're getting up levels slowly. We've gotten, better armor and stuff. It's all about the grind in this game. Grind is heavy. Especially to be strong enough to get through the Marsh Cave. It's pretty considerable grinding. Again, it's not even so much about the boss. Well, there is no boss in the Marsh Cave. You have to fight a mini boss before the crown, but nothing crazy. It's just a matter of, the actual traversing, which we're going to have to do in 2 times. I'll have to come back to the Marsh Cave 3 times. The first time for the treasures, second time for the crown, and then the third time I come back for when you have the Mystic Key to get the other treasures that are in the basement. Marsh Cave is probably one of the biggest. Well, no, actually the volcano I think is the biggest. At least I feel like it is. 600 more gold. Nice. Alright, so we can stop at Portoga again. Let's hit up the inn, hit up the magic shop, and we should be done with Portoga. Cool, cool. We stayed at the inn. Alright. Let's go hit up the white magic shop in the northeast corner. Tech D. So lamp is useless. You want to get mute, alit, and invis. And you can put them in whatever order you want. It depends on what, how often you think you'll use them. It's just less clicking. I'm just going to do this order. It's fine. It really doesn't matter. Alright, cool. We've gotten all the spells in Portoga. We got all the weapons, all the armor. We're good. Let's head on out of here. Again, if you can't get all of the magic spells, when you're visiting the town, you can always come back later. Especially when you get the airship, you can go wherever you want. But I like to get it all in one shot. Alright, so let's head south toward Elfland. So the easiest way to get there is just follow the continent until you hit a dock. As you can see, the enemies are exactly the same no matter where you go in the ocean, so you don't ever have to worry about that. As soon as you step off the ship, different story. Just gotta knock out this shark. This should take care of him. One hit from the fighter, the black mage, will knock this shark out. This should do it. Nope, missed. Here is the dock north of Elfland. Here is the castle town of Elfland. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and go inside the castle. Not a whole lot to do in here right now. But if we talk to some people, we learn that Astos has put the prince to sleep. And they need someone else to save him. The prince is cursed and the treasury was ransacked. And you can just walk around the castle here, talk to the various people. They all give you the cave of the dwarf. We've already been there. I called it the Dwarf Cave. And if we go and talk to the prince, we see he's asleep. We talk to his helper, that he's been asleep for 5 years. And we need to help him out. So in order to do that, we have to get the crown from the Marsh Cave and take it to Astos, but we are not ready to do that yet. So here we are in the village of Elfland. You don't have to stay at the inn there, but I just did it to save. As you can see, we have a weapon shop here, which we can check out. So again, they sell weapons for various members. We want the silver for the fighter. That is very good, especially against undead, which we'll be dealing with a lot of. So for now, we're going to buy the iron nunchucks, give them to the black belt. Now again, this is only temporary. A couple more levels, he's not going to need them anymore. This is mainly just to supplement his attack for now, until he starts getting up more levels. Because as you can see, his absorb matches his level, and the same goes for the attack. But for now, we're just gonna give him those iron nunchucks, which we did, and we sold the other ones. So for now, we don't need to buy any of the weapons here other than the silver when I get 4,000 gold. And when I get that, we can one-hit pretty much most of the guys around this area. Check out the armor shop here. We have a couple of good things. Copper gauntlets, bracelets, an iron shield, a wooden hat. Let's buy the wooden hat for the fighter. Go ahead and equip it. It's our first time we've gotten a wooden helmet for the fighter. I'm going to get a cap for the white mage. We already have one that we found. There we go. Every little bit helps, especially for the mages. And continuing on, we find we have an item shop. And we have a black magic. This is level 4 magic, which is right now prohibitively expensive. Besides, we need to learn the level 3 stuff first. This is more level 4. For the white wizard, a mute is basically useless. Don't ever use it. We found an ancient castle. That's Astos Castle. See, as I said, again, when you talk around the various townspeople, you basically learn exactly what it is you need to do. So if anytime you're lost, obviously follow this video. But if you can't, because you don't have internet or whatever, and you want to know what to do, just talk to the townspeople. So while we have a minute, and I'm just looking at spells here, this is what we want next. Fire 2, Lit 2, Hold will be the ones that we will buy. And let's go check out the white magic shop. So while we're walking there, we can pay a visit to this little graveyard here. And this is a tomb. This is a tomb. And here lies Edric. If everybody remembers, Edric was the hero from the Dragon Warrior series. As you can see, we've got some pretty good stuff here. Cure 2, Harm 2, A-Fire, and Heal. You have to pick and choose. I usually buy Heal versus A-Fire because, I don't know, it makes more sense to do so. Okay, so now it's back to the grinding. So while we have a minute, if everybody could please click that like button and subscribe to my YouTube channel, that would be awesome. The more subscribers I get, the more awesome stuff you guys will get alerted to as it comes out. And make sure you enable notifications as well, because I'm coming out with new stuff all the time, whether it's video gaming, Lego builds, you name it. And I'm going to have some new and exciting stuff coming soon too that I haven't done yet. So now you can see we've come across these wolves. We can fight these guys. But we're getting to the point where they're pretty easily able to be fought off. Obviously, we're going to start knocking these guys out now. Ice is pretty good against wolves. So is sleep, if you're worried about damage. Now, while we have a minute and we're yapping, there is a spot you can go in the world that will get you up levels very quickly. But it is extremely challenging, and I find that it's almost not worth it. It's called the Peninsula of Power, and it's on the east of Portoga. if you go south from Portoga and keep walking past where the ship was, obviously, walk around that way, you'll come across another dock. You can pass that dock and go up to the north through a forest to the very tip of the continent that we're on, where you can actually see the other landmass right across from it, and that's where Leftwind is. And when the game was made, they didn't make it correctly, so there are 2 tiles at the very tip of the peninsula that if you walk back and forth on, you actually fight the guys from the Leftwind area, who are incredibly difficult at this level, almost so that you can't beat them. But if you do manage to, you get up a level like really quickly. So you have to get tents, save, tent, save, tent, save over and over again. It's almost not worth it at this point. We'll actually visit there later. But it is something to keep in mind if you're looking to level up quickly, at the consideration of you don't get as much gold. So it's a good spot to visit. You can Google it, Final Fantasy Peninsula of Power, and it shows you exactly how to get there. It's just poor coding when they made the game. So we're just going to keep on grinding. Saving up. Where I'm saving up for now is the silver sword. Basically, I have to get to 4,000 gold, which, believe it or not, doesn't take that long, actually, aside from, just the usual grind. Put this guy to sleep if we can. Cannot. So ogres alone don't do a whole lot for you. So don't spend too much time fighting with them. You're better off sticking in the ocean or trying to fight more than one of them. Creeps do pretty good. Ogres alone, 45 gold. 45 experience, maybe 200 gold. So something to consider. Once you get the silver sword, the fighter basically can one hit pretty much any guy around here, so that's useful. As I said before, that's our goal, is to get the silver sword. Whoops. Back out of Elfland. Back into the boat. shark. There we go. And if we follow along the coastline here, it'll basically take us north back to the Dwarf Cave. We can go to the place where you give the gem to the guy blocking the path. In that cave, there are some treasures in there, so we may head up that way, I'm thinking. The Titan. Alright, knock through Sahag. Here again, and again. And again, and again, and again, and again, and again. I love these Final Fantasy games, but man, the grind is... If you want to do it right, I mean, you gotta grind. That's what it boils down to. Once I get lit 2, like I said, it gets easier. I promise. You guys are lucky who are watching this video because you get to click that little button in the link in the description, or the comments, I'm sorry, to skip to the good part, which is the Marsh Cave, which is the next part. But I have the overwhelming pleasure of grinding. Terminated. You are terminated. $200 gold for that fight. Nice, more Sahags. In groups, they give pretty good gold. Just gotta deal with fighting the fight. Gotta heal up my black wizard. He's at 14. That's alright, we'll go back to Corneria to bring him back to life. Oh, excuse me. I hate when you lose somebody because they miss out on the experience, but my lesson learned, I should have healed earlier. God, we're getting beat pretty good on this fight. Missed. Missed. Everybody's missing. That should be a hit. Good. Terminated. 3 left. Let's see what we can do in this round. I bet the I went. The hero went first. Or I said it again. The fighter went first. It's such a force to have it when you say the hero. From playing Dragon Warrior so much, which if you watch my previous videos, shameless plug, you'll see that I played Dragon Warrior 1 through 4. Alright, one more guy. And we gotta go bring our black wizard back to life. $180 gold. I'll have to go use some of it to bring back our good friend, the Black Wizard. So back we go to, we'll go to Elfland. I'm already here. Costs a little more, but whatever. Notice how big the House of Healing is? They must make a lot of money on dead people. 200 gold. Yeah, we're not doing that again. Plus 100 to stay at the inn. That's 300 gold. Change. Oops. I should really reorganize the party, but I'll do it in a minute. Oh, excuse me. that fight. Ice can hurt a creep pretty good. Sort of. Let's go ahead and fight the ogre, fight the ogre. Do ice on one of the creeps, and we'll attack one of the creeps. Alright, terminated. And a bit of irony. Let's see if you can see my shirt. Level 6, nice. The more that black belt gets up levels, the stronger he gets. We got enough for some black magic here. Almost. Want to get lit 2 first. I thought about it some more. Because cast that on the ocean, guys. Instant death. For the most part. It makes life that much easier. Knock through this creep, and we'll have another fight in the bag. There we go. I wish the game tallied how many fights you actually do, but they don't. It's a lot. I know that much. The fighter, not the hero, is up to level 6. Everybody's up to level 6. Nice. To do the Marsh Cave, you want to be about level 8-ish. So, that's our goal. And obviously have, you know, good weapons and armor and all that good stuff. Especially because the guys in there are undead and they're annoying. Through 2 creeps. And last one. This round should take care of this guy. Now we have enough for Lit 2. Let's buy it. It's going to make fighting on the seas so much more efficient. You can just light up that every opponent on the field. Let's try it out. Actually, let's not. Save it for the ocean. Unfortunately, because my level's so low, I can only do 1 of it. But hey, it's better than nothing. It'll help make the fighting that much quicker. Between Lit 2 levels up and the Silver Sword, we'll be able to clear through the Marsh Cave like nothing soon. The Silver Sword is definitely worth the $4,000, so absolutely get it. Now, if you have multiple fighters in your party, buy multiple Silver Swords, hence when it gets a little expensive. Anybody who can hold a Silver Sword, get it, because it'll last for a little while in the game, and it'll make fighting that much easier, especially You hit an undead guy with a silver sword, almost near one turn hit. Majority of them is. A shark, we're just going to do our usual on this guy. Some healing here. Gotta keep my guys alive. Can't wait to get a better sword. That should kill. Nope, maybe not. That took care of one. Missed. Weak hit. You have to predict where the hits are going to be. This will be 10, 7. And this should kill the guy. There we go. Cool, cool. Alright. Monsters perished. Again. I'm saving my stronger magic for a real fight that'll actually be useful. This would be a good one to try out with 2 on. Nice. Terminated. Nice. Terminated. That was quick. Now we gotta go stay at the inn. Alright, so beat that fight. We'll head up here. Stay at the inn. Cheapest spot to stay at the inn is Corneria. Turns into the perfect spot to stay at the inn at the end of the game too. And we're just going to keep cruising around the ocean, looking for more fights. Ah, nice one. Here's a perfect fight to use Lit 2 on, assuming he doesn't get paralyzed by Odd Eye, which he did not. So here goes Lit 2. Terminated. That was an easy fight now that we've got Lit 2. Another Sahag fight here. Knocked him out. Now, as you can see, the fights are getting quicker. Monsters perished. Why are we not going? There we go. 120 gold that time. Good deal. 30 experience. Not so good, but better than nothing. And let's keep it up. We're getting there. Shark. I'm just pausing for a second. I'm beginning to wonder if I should get off this ocean. See if I want to go fight around inside the Marsh Cave a little. I'm considering it. Strongly considering it, actually. Fight, 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 fight. Fight off the shark. Shark's pretty much worthless when it comes to attacking fighters or anybody with strong defense. Monsters perished. Good deal. Pirates. This would be good for... I don't have any more. Lit. And... cure up the black belt just in case here. Always gotta play it safe. hit the pirate. Gonna get ready to remove those nunchucks soon. Keep saying it, but I keep believing him. Kaizoku. Let's fight. We'll do the bottom guy first. And then the bottom guy. Oh, whoops. Top guy, bottom guy, bottom guy. Yep, top guy. I mean, the bottom guy will be dead one hit. The top guy should be dead too after this. As soon as he hits him. Knock this guy off. Good deal. Let's go pay a visit to Elfland. Stay at the inn. Alright. Go to the armor guy. Gotta buy a copper. Now I'm deciding. Maybe I won't. Could really use it, but not right now. Maybe I will. Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? I did it. I've been thinking about it. I couldn't decide, so I just did it. So we lose the cloth, get the copper. It's basically armor for the wizards. Sell the useless cloth, which is just wasting an inventory spot. Get 5 gold for it. Yay. Alright. We are good there. Everybody's fully equipped. Right now we need to get a copper. So basically I have 2 things I want to get. I need the copper for the white wizard and the silver sword for the fighter. So I'm looking at about 5,000 gold, which I will get in due time. Going back outside Elfland here. Back to the grind. Let's knock out the Great Wolf first. Lich should help with these guys. Clearing through these guys like nothing. It's like butter. Nice, knock through those guys. Another 53 experience. Alright. More so worried about trying to get gold right now. Fire did nothing. Fire, believe it or not, does not work very well on water. Well, actually, don't believe it or not, because the water protects them from the fire damage. So it actually makes perfect sense. Monsters perished. Just droning back and forth. Do 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 do. What, 2 should clear through these guys? Cut them down. Keep on zooming back and forth. Just going in the same rinse, repeat, rinse and repeat. Plus I can do it with one hand. Another easy fight here. Gaze did not work. So later in the game, we find ribbons, and you can buy them at Gaia. So that is a nice thing to have. Ribbons prevent against stupid stuff like stun, paralyzation, stuff like that. Through this last guy. Stay at the inn. Back out into the field. Oops. Guy's already dead. Nice. Terminated. $500 gold almost. Nice. That's nice there. Wait, 2. Knock out all those guys. Last one. One left after this. Nice. Guys are dead. I like getting the fights with the bigger guys more so now because we get more gold. So I don't get dragged down into these long-winded fights because I can just waste them with lit. Let's go back. Stay at the inn. I could have stayed up at Corneria, but that's alright. I'm gonna buy another copper. Move it, elf dude. So getting the last copper item will take care of the armor requirements for this level that we're at in the game. Shouldn't even say level because it's not a level. Where we're at in this game, progress-wise. I'm going to equip the copper, get rid of the cloth, same deal, get my 5 gold. Don't rush out to buy too much all at once now, people. And I might as well buy an iron while I'm here too. Cloth, yes. Iron, good, good. We'll sell the wooden. I don't know why I didn't buy the wood iron before. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. 7 gold, yeah, baby. Alright. We are good on armor. Now I just get a 4,000 gold to get that silver sword, which is going to take a little while, so seeing if there's anything else I need here. I think the large knife is good for the black wizard. I'm going to actually buy that. His damage is 8 right now. So let's go weapon. Let's see the status. Damage is now 10. Alright, went up by 2. Hey. Anything's better than nothing when you got wizards in your party. Now some would argue that that's a waste, because inside of the Marsh Cave there is the silver knife, but again, you don't get that for a little while, so it's worth the money. Asps, guys are easy, you just gotta knock them out and they poison you. So that's where you need the TNT. You can actually see it disappear when you come back and forth. Knock out the first pirate. Terminated. Nice, terminated. Ooh. 240 gold a time. Alright, let's just do the usual. Nothing, no lit 2. Down one of the red sags and take out this green one. After this round we should be done with this fight. Missed. Let's keep missing. That one hit. Oops, I did fire. I want to do it. Knock through all those sahags. Sags, sogs. 1,550 gold. Nice. I should probably stay at an inn shortly. Knock through this one pirate, which won't get us much of anything. Dead. Let's go stay at the inn. The worst is when you come back to Corneria and you get attacked by imps. Alright, so we're about a quarter of the way to where I want to be to get the silver sword. So back to the grind. Chance to strike first, nice. Use Wit 2 on these guys, light them up. Now I can cast it twice. Knock through those guys with Wit 2. Done. Ridiculously loud car just drove by. You're interrupting my gaming. Alright. Let's keep it going. The weaker guys will focus on the little red dude. The fighter, and between the fighter and the black belt, we should be able to take out that shark in one round. The fighter should do the shark in. Yep. Takes care of Mr. Shark. Do it too. Alright. One down. Okay, so we got two more down here to knock down. One more to knock down. Sahags terminated. Again. Monsters perished. Oh, great. These guys. You are paralyzed. I swear, odd eyes can take longer to fight than a group of monsters because they paralyze you. Nice fight here. Odd Eye and 5 Sags. Knock out that sag. I'm going to knock off this last sag here. Knock through these pirates. One down. Oh, wait, maybe not. Nope, I thought that would have killed him. There we go, one down. Alright, last pirate. 1, 2, 3, 4. $360 gold there. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Moving on to the next fight. You know, I'm curious, didn't they say in the beginning of the game that the wind stopped, but yet the boat, which clearly has sails, can move? I'm actually going to look that up real quick, because I don't remember. Knock through these guys while I'm looking here. The winds, yeah, the world is veiled in darkness, the wind stops, the sea is wild, and the earth begins to rot. That's the first sentence. First two sentences in the introduction to the game. So why is it that a ship, which is a sailboat, is able to move? But we'll leave it at that. And when you move the boat, you clearly see the flag at the top flapping in the wind. But we'll chalk that up to poor storyline. Knock through that last one. 150 gold up to level 7 for the black belt. Knock out these 2 asps. Not asps. Beat them. Snakes. Dead. 100 gold. Fighter got up to level 7. Black Wizard is up to level 7. The more levels we get up, the more 2 I can use. Now I can use 3 at a time, up to 3 before having to stay at an inn. So let's go stay at the famous Elfland Inn. Been here enough times. I'm halfway to my target goal right now, which is the 4,000 gold for the Silver Sword. So we are getting there. And now that I can cast an extra lit, I don't have to come back to an inn as much. So let's go back to it. It's a waste of a fight. In case anybody didn't forget, I'm fighting on the ocean right now, which just gives us the most gold you can get while we're at the current location that we are, in the most efficient manner possible. Even, well, actually that wasn't so much of a waste. One of those pirates gave 120 gold, which is about 5% of what I need. So that's actually not so bad. I can live with that. Lit 2 is knocking through these guys pretty quick here. Monsters perished. Let's see how much gold we got for that fight. Should get a decent amount. I think 500, something like that. Come on. Every once in a while this game gets hung up when you hit monsters perish. I don't know why. It's always been an issue with this cartridge. I don't know if it's a loading thing. If it's, I literally keep having to tap A as I'm doing right now. And it's not doing anything. Come on. Any day. This happens once in a while. Sometimes you just have to just let it sit. Still waiting. Still waiting. I don't want to say restart because I did just stay at the inn. But I can just hold on a minute, it'll come. I don't know why this does this sometimes. Any day. It'll just out of the blue, like, decide it wants to work. It's like the game gets hung up, runs out of memory. I don't know what the deal is. But it will come eventually. If anybody's ever seen this before, feel free to comment on this video and tell me what you do when you see this issue. I've been now waiting for a minute or so, and I guess we're just going to keep waiting because I do not want to restart. Let me turn this TV off while I'm waiting here. Still waiting. Again, I'm recording this live, so what occurs is what you're seeing. Still waiting. Do 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 do. Just tap in A, B, B, start, anything. Eventually it'll just go. Still waiting. Still waiting, just surfing my phone to See how it goes. If it goes more than a couple more minutes, I'm going to... I am going to revert back to my save point. Still waiting. Still waiting. There we go. Wow, that took forever. I don't know why that happens. I apologize for that, but whatever. We're moving on. Hopefully that doesn't occur again. It's very rare that that happens. I don't know why it does. I don't know if it's my old cartridge, if it's whatever. Got nothing. That wasted a good 5 minutes. Let's do it too. Knocking through these guys. All right, 600 more gold. Nice, we're almost there, everybody. To the silver sword. Just heading around here, getting some more gold. Nice hit there. Knocked off that shark. We're at 3,000 gold, about. So, 10 more fights? Just bear with me, everyone. We're getting there, I promise. Imagine if you had 4 fighters and you wanted silver swords for all of them. 16,000 gold. Now, can you imagine that, though? You would knock through the Marsh Cave, Astos, all, the Earth Fiend, probably within 20-30 minutes you could knock all that out. Now, again, you wouldn't wait as long as I am to get all this gold. You would do the Marsh Cave first. Now, probably, depending on what your level's at right now, you'd probably be ready to do it. But you'd be spending a lot of money on herbs and healing stuff. One of these days I want to do a run with all fighters. I think it would be fun. I just have never tried. Lately, at least. When I was a kid I did once. But then again, I was young and didn't understand, the dynamics of doing that. Terminated. 240 gold. Nice. We're getting there. Let's see what we're at. 3,300. No more lit too. That's annoying. I really should have stayed at the inn and just kept lighting these guys up with lit. Harm doesn't even do anything. I don't know why I casted it. Alright, we got 2 of us are stunned, just waiting here. Good. Didn't work. Alright, let's do lit. Kill one of these guys. Ow. Good. Dead. One less down. Man, this is rough. This is what I was saying about sometimes these fights can take forever. The fighter should be getting up soon. Good, that takes care of one of those guys. Take care of the other ally. Cured. That's right, I'm reversing. I'm going to use wit on the odd eye and then have the black belt take out one of the sahags. Good. Alright, now we're moving. Jeez, this fight is so long. Knocked out another one. 2 down. 4 to go. My fighter is still not getting up. I cured the black belt. So this is a prime example of why people keep lit 2 and you're have some available use of it. If you don't, go stay at the inn, because this fight would have been over already. There goes another one. 3 to go. Finally, my fighter is cured. Alright, 2 to go. This round, we're going to end this. Finally, it's over after this. Just for good measure, I do not want to be in this fight anymore. Over, finally. Oh my god. That was way too long. Stay at the inn. Say yes here. Another shark. Shark terminated. Right now. Kaput. Gotta get some little more gold. Yep, I need 464 pieces of gold. Let's go ahead and check. We're good to remove his nunchucks now. Yep. Put them back on. We're getting there, people. Should clear through these great wolves. the shark again. Sharks are good to use just normal lit on. It'll not consume your magic that much, and it'll help knock him out quicker. Like 1 round quicker. Like I said, once we get the silver sword, we should be able to start one-hitting these guys, which will make life infinitely easier. Which we're almost there. Thinking this might be a lit for the red sahag. So at this point in the game, you should not rely on your magicians, any of them, for physical damage when attacking, other than if you have a red mage. Black mage and white mage pretty much do nothing at this point unless they get critical hits. Even those are pretty weak. How are we doing? We're about there. We can sell the current weapon. Oh, we won't even have to. $4,000 gold. Nice. We got it finally. Alright, let's pay a visit to the local weapon shop. Let us buy the silver sword for the fighter. Exit. Let's go to weapon. Let's see, damage is currently that. Let's switch it to silver. Up to 36 damage from 28. Nice. So we're going to sell the short. 275 gold. Perfect. Enough to stay at the inn. Probably don't even need to yet. Let's go test out this weapon. Shall we? Or should I stay at the inn? Nah. We'll go test it out. See how good this... Whoops. Here we go. Good, a shark. Let's see how quick we can get through this fight now. Bet you 1 round. What do you think, people? Well, it won't be 1 round. Nice. Even that was a critical hit. Terminated. One hit. Shark dead. That was a critical hit, so it's kind of a hard judge, but still took some nice damage there. Let's go ahead and fight this guy. I lost my train of thought for a minute there. This guy should be practically dead. Yep. Alright, well. We're getting to the point where we're getting ready, almost ready for the Marsh Cave. Just gonna maybe get up one more level. Make sure my magic's good. And I think we'll be ready to do this. Ah, nice, another shark. Let's see what happens. Nice, critical hit again. Awesome. Alright. Alright, continuing along here. Just gonna fight around a little more. And we'll be ready to handle the Marsh Cave. I actually took a little break for a couple hours. Not that you guys can tell, because the power of pause. Alright. Knocked out that shark. Excuse me. More sahags. We knocked through these guys pretty quick now. And attack the third. Terminated. Nice hit. Missed. Monsters perished. Another fight down. Keep on cruising around. Knock through these guys with Lit 2. Those guys are defeated. Gotta heal up the Black Wizard a little bit. Do some magic here. I feel like this part is the longest grind, with the exception of fighting before chaos. This part just seems rough to me. You have to grind so much. But I mean, again, you don't have to, but it just makes sense to, because you think about it, one way or another, I need to get up the levels, right? So it's one half dozen of another, whether I do it now or I do it later. One way or another, I'm gonna have to do it. So, and it'll make the Marsh Cave all that much easier. And then subsequently the Earth Cave, which is the next target after we defeat Astos, and all that good stuff, is a bit of a pain to get through, but not too bad, because we'll be up a considerable amount of levels by then. Stay at the inn here at Corneria. Saved. Back out into the field. So right now I only have two lit 2s. I can only use 2 level 2 spells right now because of my, my level status. So I'm just gonna save the lit 2 for better fights. .44 damage, almost enough to kill him. I'd kill him. Sometimes lit doesn't kill Sahags. Most of the time it does. Black Wizard for the kill. Alrighty. A shark. Easy kill. Ooh. Two sharks. This is a good fight for it too. Okay, knock through those guys. It's been a lazy Sunday. Just need a second. All right, why are we not? There we go. There we go. Another fight in the bag. Heal up a little there, but I really didn't need it. Nice. I love these particular fights. Alright, knock through that one, done. Got another shark here. This round should take care of it. So let's do fight. Fight, fight, fight. Dead. Two sharks, nice. Knock out that one. There we go. Done. Look how the black belt's like. Final Fantasy was one of the like games where you could. Was one of the first games where you could only dock the ship like in a dock. Dragon Warrior was just like, oh, you want to park it on the land? No problem. We don't mind. Don't worry about the logistics of beaching a sailboat. Giant sailboat. I guess it's a clipper ship, probably. $106 points to level up. Just thinking if I want to get rid of his nunchucks at this point. I think so. Absorb is 7, damage is double his level. Plus then he gets multiple hits. Let's put it back on for a minute. Oops. Damage is 21. Hit rate 13. It still makes sense to leave the nunchucks on. We're getting there. On the lower levels, they get less chances of double hits. So for now, it makes sense to leave it, but not for much longer. Excuse me. Yeah, it still makes sense to leave the nunchucks. More sharks, the better. They give good experience. Got up to level 8. For 2 of my characters here. Nice. Another shark. Nice. They give really good experience, like I've been saying. For a little work. I got to level 8 for everybody. Alright. I'm looking again to see if I want to... I think it's time to mix the iron. Yep. No more weapons for the black belt. Oh, 2 sharks. Nice. I think we're about ready to tackle the Marsh Cave. I might buy one more magic spell. Pretty good. 2 hits without the nunchucks. I don't think I need them anymore. He's hitting about right where I expect him to. through those guys. Knock through this last wolf here. Back into Elfland here. I want to pick up some more magic. We'll get some, let's see, we'll do Cure 2. And heal. All right. Knock through these guys again. Ogres. Let's creep here. Now that we know Cure 2, it's easier to heal. Obviously, Cure 2 is stronger than Cure. Alright, so let's stay at the inn here. Back out into the field. Gotta just get up some more gold. At this point, really all that levels are good. I'm comfortable with my levels. Just need some gold. Like I said, this is the longest grind of the game, basically, but it really, trust me, the benefits you'll see. Makes everything so much easier. Got some pirates here. No biggie. Nice. Good fight here. Lots of gold. I fought more of these guys than I'd care to. But fighting at sea right now is the fastest way to get gold. Wait till we get over to Crescent Lake, the town there where you get the canoe. You get like 1,000 gold in some fights. That wasn't much gold as I thought, actually. 180. I'm deciding what I want to do here. Keep fighting around a little bit, I guess. That's a good fight. Other than these annoying... But we have lit 2 now, so don't have to worry about the odd eyes. Pirates. Defeated or terminated. 240 gold for that fight. Thinking. We're getting there. Right now I'm more so fighting around to get up gold to get some magic spells. So in case anybody wonders what I'm doing, or if you just joined. So while we're doing this, I'll take a minute to talk about my YouTube channel. So if everybody who's watching this video could click that like button and subscribe to the channel, that would be awesome. Constantly having new and exciting stuff coming out, whether it's video games, Lego builds, you know, just random stuff, YouTube shorts. I'm going to be bringing back Throwback Thursdays and some other cool stuff, mobile games. I'm going to dive into that a little more soon. There's so much out there for video games, and it's just so much fun. I wish I could do more videos. I wish I could knock out 2 or 3 a week, but with, you know, work and kids and life, it makes it hard. But still, I get time to relax once in a while and just enjoy. I kicked around the idea of doing Final Boss Fridays, where I would just fight a random final boss. But then I realized that I'd have to play the game to get to the final boss. And that's sometimes difficult depending on schedules. So I nixed that idea. But I'm still kicking it around as a potential. I think it would be really cool. And, you know, fun. But I thought about it. I'm like, oh yeah, to get to play the final boss and record the video, I'd have to get to the final boss, which would mean time to play the game all the way through. Got some more pirates here. Knock through this last guy here. Just keep tapping A. That's what I've been doing. That's why you're able to see me look away. I'm going to go buy another spell. So for the Marsh Cave, I definitely recommend you have Cure 2, Harm 2, any of that stuff. Harm is awesome for the undead. Basically, if you can, be maxed out on your level 2 spells. Be maxed out as high as you can on the spells to, you know, comparatively and relatively speaking to where you're at. Should always be the standard. So like, before you go into the Earth Cave, you know, make sure you're ready. Before you go into the Marsh Cave, change the order. Before you go into the Marsh Cave, make sure you're ready. Before you go into the Earth Cave, you know, be sure you've got all the stuff needed to make it easy as possible. If you're in, you know, think about the elements too. If you're fighting against the Earth guy, he's going to use fire. So, you know, if you have the means to get, you know, protective armor against those things, by all means get it. Status ailments as well, especially as it gets later in the game when you can get ribbons. Make sure you get at least 3 of them. If you have a black belt, he doesn't need one. You can still put one on him as long as you understand the, you know, the pros and cons of doing that. Knock through those guys. These pesky odd eyes. What 2? Attack with the hammer. We spent about 2 hours grinding now. Grinding in games is just, I don't know, I totally get why you have to do it, but sometimes it's just the worst, especially after you've been doing it forever. It's like, okay, I want to move on, but I know that the benefits, you know, outweigh the annoyance. Because you'll see when I get like the Marsh Cave and that, it'll be like the mini bosses in it, like the vampire and stuff, or whoever they are in there, are going to be like so easy. The vampire's the Earth Cave. Terminated. You are terminated. Stop off at Corneria here, and maybe not. Nah, change my mind. Yeah, I probably should have. That's alright, though. What takes down the one guy? Some more gold there. Stay at the inn, Corneria. I'm gonna start buying some tents and stuff soon. But right now we're focused on magic. Back and forth on the ship. In the world where the wind stopped, ship still moves. You always wonder with games like these, where you have like all the time in the world to fight, you would think like the evil guys would be, like targeting you better. I'm like, okay, these are the 4 chosen ones. I'm pretty sure they're coming because a lot of my henchmen have stopped, reporting in. Maybe we should go kill them. But no. See, that was actually attempted in Dragon Warrior 4 when Necrosaro tried to kill the hero, but failed. So that plot actually did happen in one game. But 2 should wipe out all these guys. Get some more gold. Nice, terminated. Put 2 again, light these guys up. Yay. I won another fight. Never-ending fights. $80 gold that time. We're at 2,700. Light up our friends here with some more lit too. Alright, knock down those. Got some wolves here. I can knock these guys out pretty quick, even without lit 2. Oh, excuse me. I've been playing this game for 5 hours. About what I took a couple hour break before. Just to get up and stretch my legs and that was a pathetic amount of gold. I need just a little more gold. Need to be able to stay at the inn too. Let's just fight on the ship real quick. This'll work. 2 more to go. 2 more to go. 240 gold. Excellent. Alright. 3,227. Good. Let's pay a visit back to Elfland. Here. Let's pay a visit to our black magic shop. We're gonna buy the 2 I already have. Oh, whoops. Fire 2. Yes. And I'm thinking Republic 2, Fire 2. I should buy Hold. Yep, there we go. Excellent. Alright, magic. We are maxed out on level 3 magic for the Black Mage. And we need 1 more for the White Mage. So, just a little more fighting here. Gonna save up for Harm too. Just need a little more, but I don't know. Can I do without it? Probably not. I really should have it. One hit that wolf. One hit the other wolf. Oh, I'm already trying to hit a wolf that's already dead. Oh, there we go. Terminated. Monsters perished. Pathetic amount of gold. We'll go back out onto the sea. It's faster. Usual routine. Fighter and black well split their attacks across the 2. Same for the wizards. Don't waste any magic on sharks at this point. Just to fight 2 of them at once and you want to just get it over with. letting me down with the physical attacks. There we go. Black Wizard got a kill. $171 gold for that fight. Nice. Everybody's missing. If these were my pirates, they'd be thrown overboard. Ha ha ha. Now you notice with the spells how they don't always work on some people. One of the things about Final Fantasy, at least this game, is the spells have a very wide range of hit point damage. Even on ones that are weak, enemies that are weak against it, like as you saw with lightning. So it's always hit or miss. Even Nuke, which is the most powerful spell for the Black Wizard, which we'll get later, can take up to like 900 damage hit points, but on other times it can do like 20 or 40. So it's really like randomized, very randomized. 600 gold, nice. Almost there, another 400 gold. Let's stay at the end. Knocked out the sharks. them out. Another 120 gold. And knock out this last one here. Nice. Complete. $150 gold. Let's see how we're doing. 1519. Knock out these guys, get a little extra gold. All right. Back at Elfland. All right, paying a visit to the white magic shop again here. The last time at this one, we want harm 2. Excellent. So again, like I said, Harm 2, highly suggested when you're in any kind of cave where there's undead. Alright, let's go pay a visit to the item shop. We are ready to tackle the Marsh Cave. So let's talk a little bit about the Marsh Cave. The Marsh Cave is where you get the crown, which is needed to give to Astos, so we can fight him to get Matoya's eye. So the Marsh Cave is basically west of Elfland, at the corner of the continent. So you want to make sure you have a bunch of pures, because there's a lot of guys that poison in there. So you want heals, pures, and cabins, houses if you can afford them. So we have to tackle the Marsh Cave in a couple of tries. The first time is we're going to go in, clear out the vault, which is the treasures on the one floor. We have to go out of our way to get there. I'm just going to stay at the inn here while I'm getting ready. So, like I said, the first time in will be to clear out the treasures that are the opposite way that you have to go to get through the cave. The second time we'll come in and we'll get the crown and then leave. The third time we'll have to come back for is when we have the mystic key to go back and open doors to treasures that we couldn't get to before. So that's how we're going to do this. Again, like I said, and I highly recommend, don't be afraid to go into places multiple times. Don't feel like you have to clear it all in one shot. You go in, you get the main treasures, leave, come back, do it again. You'll see me do that at the end of the game when we're in the Temple of the Fiends to get the Mazamoon. So that's how we're going to handle this. And you'll see me do that again with, depending on the place, a couple of times. So just fighting off these wolves here. Kill one more to go. Ineffective as usual because I attacked a wolf that's not alive anymore. Alright, let's keep going. So, continuing our way west, you basically just follow along this path here. Astos' castle is north a little bit. There's no reason to go there right now. He does tell you he's looking for the crown, but we already learned that from the villagers in Elfland. Alright, so heading south now, around this mountain range. The guys over here are not overly difficult. Again, by this point, you should be at level 8 or level 9 for your party. Your offensive fighters and your black mage should be able to one-hit most of these guys at this point. If you have a party full of fighters, I recommend at least 2 silver swords. If you have a mixed party like I do, give them all the best equipment and upgrades possible, especially magic, prior to coming to the Marsh Cave. So here we are at the marshy area, and we have this little hole right here. We'll go ahead and fight off these ogres. I'm going to use a tent anyway. All right. Here we are at the Marsh Cave. This is our first cave that we have to explore in Final Fantasy where we can actually get attacked. So, there are two paths. We want to go north first. Now this is an optional path, but if you go this way, it will take us to a wealth of treasure chests. So what I recommend is, like I said before, go this way, get the treasure chests, come back, go up the stairs and go outside, use a tent, go back to Elfland, bring back your magic, and then come back and then finish the cave. There's no harm in doing that, and it works out well because you get all these treasure chests, which give you a wealth of stuff to use. As you can see, Harm 2 works really well inside this cave. The White Mage really shines inside this location. In any cave, for that matter, that has undead in it. Or dead, I guess you would call them. Dead, undead, whatever they are. Harm 2 does not work on crawls because they are alive. Got two guys paralyzed here, so that's kind of annoying. Quit 2 and Fire 2 work well on these guys, but just have to get through it. So why am I fighting? Because I know I'm going to come back outside before I explore the deeper depths of the cave. So it's okay to fight and use some magic and stuff. I may actually end up going back to Elfland, staying at the inn, and then coming back. That was a waste. Trying to avoid using a Fire 2, but I should have. So as you can see, these guys are not overly strong, but the bones guys paralyze you, so I have to wait till somebody either wakes up or I can just use my Black Wizard to kill this guy, which I will. Just wasting some of my weaker spells. There we go. That should take care of him. Perfect. Terminated. All right. Shadows are not too hard. Any of the guys who have skulls, you can see them, again, are undead, and Harm 2 works great on. Same thing for Fire. And anything silver. Alright, so here we are on the second floor. Here, this is the vault, so to speak. A whole bunch of treasure chests in here. So we found a large knife. Kind of useless because we already have one. But, again, still worth it because why? You can sell it. Worth its weight in gold. Literally. Ha ha ha. I made a joke. Gargoyles are not overly difficult. Just have to watch. They come in large groups. And can hit you 2 or 3 times. So, just gotta be careful there. Spells like harm do not work on them. In some games with undead, you can cast Cure on them. I never actually tried it in this game. I don't think you even can. I don't think you can cast a spell that you have on a defensive spell on the enemies. Alright, so continuing along this way here, ignoring the bats. Got another treasure chest. 680 gold, excellent. These guys are a pain, but harm too. Between the silver sword and harm 2. We can knock through these guys pretty quick. As you can see there. So now, as you can see, we've used a considerable amount of magic and stuff already. So I am definitely going to leave this cave, come back in Tech B, got up to level 9, which is excellent. So should Tech D. Yes. So right now my party is getting up levels basically half and half. Tech B and D get up the same time, A and C get up the same time, which works, it doesn't matter. Alright, continuing on here, I'm going to head south to this next building. Got a couple more treasure chests in here. Found a short. And found more gold. So the short and the large knives we found we'll sell. Gold obviously we'll keep. So we end up netting like 2,000 plus gold, which is great because we'll need it for when we want to buy more magic and stuff like that in future locations. Fire 2 works really well on these guys since we're running out of harm. So we're going to kill the crawlers first because they're the more annoying of the group. Bones don't do a whole lot of damage. Crawler guys can paralyze, so we're going to try and take them out quick. As you can see, then you have to deal with the guy being stuck for a majority of the fight. But no biggie. We'll still clear through it after this round. At some point we find a silver hammer. Once we get the mystic key, that's a great weapon for the white wizard, especially when you're in places where there's undead. Alright, so let's see if Tech B can knock out this crawler on this next round here. Oh good, this fighter came back. And missed, of course. I don't want to have to waste magic on this guy, but I might have to. Let's see how this goes. It's a little bit of damage. Missed. Critical hit, that should be enough. Terminated, nice. Okay, another fight down. So like I said, we've wasted a considerable amount of resources coming up here. Not wasted, I shouldn't say that. Bad choice of words. Utilized a considerable amount of resources coming over, but it's well worth it. You want to try and pick up as many treasure chests as you can, because even if you get stuff that you don't need, great opportunities for extra gold. Right, fight off these gargoyles here. So again, you got to be careful with gargoyles. Like I said, they can attack pretty hard and hit your... If they hit your wizards, you can lose one pretty quick. As you see with the 2 hits deal, you got to be careful of that. See what I mean? They hit pretty good here, so you want to pick and choose your fights. But I want to fight as much as possible because it's a quick way to get up levels. Just continuing to knock through them here. Fire 2 works pretty well. Should kill the top guy. Yep, terminated. And the bottom guy is terminated. Just gonna knock out the middle one now. You want to fight as much as possible. I mean, I know you hear me say that a lot, but I can't stress it enough, especially in this game. Because the faster you get up levels, the less grinding you have to do later. And the same deal for the treasure chests. Find them all, if you can, and you'll see me do that throughout this game. Just because it makes life so much easier. Especially when you get into the big... When you get into the underwater palace, where the Fiend of the Water is, you get like some ridiculous amount of money. You can, by the time you're in and out of there, you make like 100 grand in gold, which is great when you want to buy spells and stuff because they start to get expensive. So at this point, I'm going to run from this fight just because I'm running a little low. So we're going to go back outside once we get to the steps here. Coming down, come around, ignore the bat, out and up the steps. Alright, so a couple things you can do here. I have a cabin, so I can use it to recover my HP and save. So now that we've done that, we've gotten the treasures on the upper floor. But again, that did not bring back my magic. So I didn't have the money for a house, which I wish I did, but I didn't. So I may end up hoofing it back to Elfland here, I'm thinking. Probably going to have to. There's a little bit of a risk in trying to navigate the cave without magic. So I'm thinking I'm going to walk back to Elfland. Let's try it. Why not? Alright, so we're going to run from the majority of these fights now, because we'll be back. And scum poison. I came prepared for the poison, but I didn't realize it'd be so low on magic. So, to get through the cave, Now, we've already done the first part, so now we want to continue south to this building. And we're going to run from these guys. Plus of them attacking first, I should be able to run right away. Okay, continuing on here. When you come to this building, at the southern end of the first floor, you're going to go down these steps. And here we are in this big building. Come down the center, go to the right, come down here, and then we're going to come down and around. The Marsh Cave is actually not very large, so it's semi-easy. It looks larger than it is. There's only one fight that we absolutely have to fight at this point, and that is right in front of the crown. You fight some wizards, but we should be able to knock through them pretty quick. So we got two guys stunned here, so trying to get away from this fight. Just keep trying to run. You'll typically run at most by the third or fourth time. There we go. So like I said, we're coming down and around. You want to go inside this building, cut through, and continue down to the next level. Fight. Poisoned. So I was saying about needing pures. Alright, so we need to fix our little poison issue here. Tech B and Tech D are poisoned, so I got some pures here. Alright, let's use the heal on Tech B. Alright, so here we are on the final floor. Now this floor consists of a whole bunch of just random buildings. If you go in this one, you'll collect the iron armor, which I already have, so we can sell for 400 gold, I think. As luck would have it, I think there's a house in one of these. I think it's this one, actually, that we're going to come across after we get out of this fight. I believe this one here has a house in it. Haha, I did remember. Continuing it down here. Some of these doors you can't go in yet because we don't have the mystic key, but here is the crown. So we have to get through these wizards. So Fire 2 works incredibly, Lit 2 or Fire 2 works really well on these wizards and can knock through most of them pretty quickly. So let's go ahead and do Invis on our wizard to keep him alive. The wizards actually, believe it or not, ironically, do not use any magic. They just pack a powerful punch, which don't look at me. I didn't make the game. Just poor coding, probably. So as you can see, they're not overly powerful here. Attacking the, my fighter doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. Just gotta be careful with the wizards, because they do pack a good punch to them. So between the lit spell and, strong attacks, you should be able to knock these guys out pretty quick. Except for you gotta watch for that. We took out one. Let's do, I don't have that anymore. Let's do lit again. Let's attack that one. And let's do, harm's not gonna work probably. Let's cure myself. When I say myself, I say that and because I was using the magic from the white wizard. So let's go ahead and attack another. Good, so we're down to one left. Now, you gotta be super careful when you beat these guys. Get the crown, get out. Don't step back on the same spot again, or you will fight these guys all over again. Nice 1,200 gold there. You found the crown. So like I said, now it's time to get out and exit this cave. So we have the crown. Let's see what we can do about healing up a little bit here. Just so we can get out. Getting out's the same way we came in, just reversed. Let's set our order here. Head up this way again, just straight back up the center. We're going to come back here once we get the mystic key anyway, so all these other treasure chests that are in here we'll get on our next run through after we beat Astos and recover the elf prince from his slumber. So to get out again, like I said, just head north through here and cut left and continue right back to the staircase leading up. At this point, I'm just going to run from these fights. Go up these steps. Cut through this building again. Come down and around this little wall spot here. Go up, ignoring all the bats, into this large building in the center. Now we gotta run from this fight. These steps. So here we back are on the first floor, and we're just going to go ahead north. Just keep running from these fights. Monsters strike first in this one, so I have to wait. And go up that way. Go left here, follow along this hallway. We're going to go up and out these steps. So we got through the Marsh Cave and got the crown. Now we need to get back to Elfland. And why do I say go back to Elfland? To heal. We're going to stay at the inn, recover everything, and then we're going to go take care of Astos. Now, if you have a house, a cabin, or a tent you'd rather just use, feel free. I prefer to save it and walk back to Elfland. Because I have a whole bunch of stuff I can sell and get rid of too. And like I said, you don't have to do that right now. But, you can handle it however you want. I prefer to save the houses when I get them because they are very expensive. And I can just walk the little bit of ways back to Elfland. It's not that big of a distance to travel. Run. good. Got away from that fight. And we're almost back at Elfland. Just gotta get through this ogre here. We'll just fight this guy. He's pretty weak. I should take care of him. Terminated. Excellent deal. Alright. We have returned to Elfland. Let's go ahead and into the town here. Stay at the inn. At 4,800 gold. Nice. It's enough to buy another level 4 magic spell. So let's go ahead and sell some of the stuff we acquired here. Let's see what we got. Weapons. So we have a short and a large that we don't need, and an iron. We can get rid of all 3 of those. Don't sell your silver. You get 2,000 gold, but then you wouldn't have a weapon. 275, not bad. Alright. Oh, whoops, I never sold the nunchucks. Don't need these anymore. 100 gold. Better than nothing. And let's go ahead and pay a visit to the armor shop, which is located in the southwest corner. What do we have in the way of armor here? We can sell the iron armor, the extra iron armor that the hero, I said it again, the fighter has. $400 gold for that. And let's go pay a visit to the black magic shop. We have sweep 2. Let's buy, I think I'm going to buy ice 2. Ice 2 is a really good spell. Works on everybody. I'm not sure I can actually use it yet. Alright, so we need to go take on Astos. So we're going to go back the way we came, towards the Marsh Cave. But this time, instead of going west, we'll go north when we get to that little lake. Astos is pretty easy. He does pack a pretty good punch against some of the weaker characters. So you might want to cast like Invis and Fog, stuff like that. So we're going to head north after this little lake here. I'll just fight this guy off. Better to try and fight this guy than get poisoned trying to run over and over again. And it only takes 1 hit to kill him from a good offensive fighter like him. Okay, beat that asp. Excuse me. All right. Nice 50 gold there. What to do? So we're going to continue north past this little lake, around this river, and there we can see Astos Castle. I'm going to run from these wolves. It's going to take a little bit to run, probably. There we go. Excellent. Back up the controller here. So coming around this river to the north now, as soon as we go up, here we are. And this is Astos Castle. In it, there's only 2 things to do. Beat Astos and treasure chests. There's no fight. There's no, you know, nobody. I think you actually do get attacked in Astos Castle. So we're going to go in here. Give him the crown. He's the king of the Dark Elves, and he has Matoya's crystal. And he wants the crown. So now we're going to fight him and kill him. So basically, your offensive guys attack, magic, ice 2 works really well, and then we want to cast Invis or Fog on Astos. Mute sometimes works too. You can try Mute, it doesn't always work. but it's worth a shot. But this guy is pretty easy at this point. Ineffective, didn't contain his spells. He does pack some pretty powerful spells, which is why you're recommended to try mute. Doesn't always work, but we should beat this guy pretty quick anyway. I may try it one more time. Fight, fight, magic. Let's do an ice 2, and let's try mute one more time. Rub can instantly kill a character, so you want to be careful of that. That's why you want to mute. It's not having much luck with it. It's like, I think 1 in 5 chances that mute will work. But this guy should be dead soon, so I'm not worried about it. Terminated, there we go. As you can see, he only has about 200 hit points or so. He's very easy to kill. 2,000 gold for that fight, 562 experience. And if we go in and check our items, we're the new Dark King. Let's check our items. We have the crystal. So now, we need to go give that crystal to Matoya. She is north of Corneria. As you can see, those 2 treasure chests over there, we can't actually get them yet, because we don't have the mystic key. But we will have that soon. So, back to Elfland. We go. I'm going to hoof it back there. I'm going to fight these fights. And we need to do is get back on our ship and head north back to Corneria. There's that dock a little bit to the north and east where we can get to Matoya's cave and give her the crystal. She in turn will give us the herb to wake the prince. We then can come back to Elfland, give the prince the herb, he will wake up, give us the mystic key, which then we can use to open some doors all around the area that we're landlocked in. And one of them contains the TNT, which we need to blow a hole in the ground near the Dwarf Cave to get us out of this area. And that next opens up the rest of the world to us. Alright, killed that ogre. I think once we get the mystic key, the first thing we'll do probably is head right back to the Marsh Cave. Get the treasures that are in there. Another ogre. Great imps are kind of a useless fight here, but we'll just fight them. Take these guys out. One good magic spell will blow through these guys, which is what's going to happen right now. Gonna stay at the inn anyway, so I'm not worried about it. Alright, monsters perished. 90 gold, 22 experience. Keep heading back east towards Elfland. Okay, so let's go ahead and pay a visit to the local inn for the 10 millionth time. Ha ha ha. Drop another 100 gold. Alright, now let's go outside. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Hang on one second. Oops, excuse me. Since I have a little bit of gold here, I'm going to pick up some white magic. So pure, awesome spell to learn. You know, cures poison. So we're buying it. Great spell to have. Highly recommend it. Again, you only get your pick of 3 spells of the 4. So you have to pick and choose wisely. Especially when some of them don't even work. Alright, so wolves. We can run. Let's just fight these guys. Every little bit helps. And we're going to get in our ship and head north to Matoya's cave. Give her back her crystal. One wolf down. 2 wolves down. Done. Got rid of all of them. Alright. In the ship, heading north towards Matoya's cave. So we're going to pass Corneria. You want to cut through underneath the bridge. And we got to fight these sahags off. Two to go. Lit 2 will take care of both of them. Alright, so we want to get out at this dock here, and then head north to Matoya's cave. As you can see, the enemies here are similar to what's around Elfland, Elfland. Matoya's cave. So we go up here. All you have to do is talk to her. We hear the music, and we have the herb. Now, we need to head back to Elfville and give the herb to the sleeping prince. So back the way we came. Oh, excuse me. Knock through those guys. Move out of the way, lady. We're stuck. Ugh, come on. Okay, we're going out the back entrance. Alright. Heading south again, back to Elfville. Elfland. I keep saying Elfville. Elfland. And we drop off the herb to the prince. Just gotta get through these sharks first. That one should be dead. Yep. Sharks are about 120 hit points. Knock off this shark. Alright, back at Elfland. We're gonna go inside the castle after we fight off the snake. So remember, we have to give the herb to the sleeping prince. I gotta go around and in. Alright. Let's go ahead and talk to the prince's helper. Oh, the herb will release the prince from Astos' curse. Look, he's awake. So we now have gotten the mystic key. Which we can use to open more doors and stuff that we could not do before. So there are some treasure chests in this castle that we can pick up while we're here. And we don't have to come back in here again. So you want to go around the exterior wall on the far east side and into this little building. We found a silver hammer, great for the white mage, some gold, more gold, and a copper bracer. So let's go ahead and do a weapons check here. We're gonna, whoops, we need to, weapon. Oh wait, there we go, weapon. I don't think this is any better for the fighter. No, it's not. Alright, so we're gonna re-equip this over. We're going to, whoops, no, weapon, trade, perfect. And then let's check damage is 13. We should go up a healthy amount here. $16, I went up 3. Better than nothing. Alright, so that's the first group of treasure chests that we can get. We can sell the copper bracer. I can equip it with myself. Why not? The fighter has it equipped. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is head up to Astos' Castle and the Marsh Cave to pick up treasure chests in there that we can now get with the Mystic Key. So we're going to go back the way we came, fight through this ogre, and we'll see what we come up with. Heading up to back to Astos Castle. Fight through these snakes, or sorry, spiders. Spider is terminated. Back in Astos Castle, so we need to get to that building on the left over there. Not that way, you gotta go up and around, it looks like. Here's some treasure chests, but there's a battle in front of the one, so we'll just go ahead and fight these guys off. They're pretty weak against fire and harm. These guys actually pack a pretty good punch, so we gotta be careful here. But they're weak against silver. So between that, harm, and fire, this fight will be over very quickly. And one to go. Fire 2, take care of, done. So if don't step on the spot again. Because enemies will still be there and you will have to fight them again. Alternatively, you could have just went around the backside and collected the treasure, but I don't mind fighting. The falchion. The power. And the iron. Alright, so we have an iron bracer. We're going to go ahead and unequip the copper. We're going to trade the copper there. And equip the iron. So we have a full set of iron. Oh, almost. I still have the wooden helmet. And not worth keeping. Damage is 11. I don't think this power one's worth keeping. I usually sell ones like these. The only, yeah, it's not worth using. The only staff, especially if we get the silver knife in the Marsh Cave, the only staff I ever keep is the healing staff because it's really useful. All right. I'm gonna head on down to the Marsh Cave again. It's best to do these things before you try and leave this area, just so that you don't have to do them again. And not to mention we haven't even gotten the TNT yet. Fighter's poisoned. 2 poisoned. Fighter and the wizard. White wizard. Scorpions terminated. Scorpions are a very high poison rate, so keep that in mind when you're in this area. Not hard to kill, but they poison you. So I gotta go ahead and fix that. Fortunately, we have pure. And let's fix our order too. There we go. And let's heal. That's right, actually. We're going to use that house or a cabin right by the Marsh Cave entrance anyway. So we're just going to continue down along the coastline here, south from Astos Castle, and fight off these guys. Take out this werewolf here. Done. Knock through these wolves. Phase 2 should take care of most of these guys. Should actually take care of all of them. Well, maybe not that one. The spell was a dud on the one Great Wolf. Alright, let's fight. Fight. Oh, click. There we go. Saving here. Alright, back into the Marsh Cave. Here we go. So we're going to go back the way we came. We need to get down into the basement where we got the crown. So basically heading south along the first floor corridor into this building. We're going to fight these fights because, again, good experience. And they're pretty easy when you cast harm and fire. Alright, so back down here now. We're on the second floor. We'll come down this way. Go around the little... I'm assuming it's a retaining wall, a pillar. It looks like a pillar. This scum will fight off. Just for the fun of it. Whoops, didn't do anything. He should be dead. There we go. Scum terminated. Come around, we'll go inside this building. Come out and go down. Okay, here we are back on the third level. And where we want to be. Now there are some buildings down at the bottom. Basically the entire bottom row of buildings that we can now go in because we have the Mystic Key. There's a whole lot of treasure chests in there, but again, there's also guys we have to fight, monsters we have to fight to get some of those chests. So, after these gargoyles are dead, we'll work our way down there. Gargoyle's taken care of. Continuing south. Stop in the first just gonna run from these guys. Our first stop will be right here. We found another copper bracer. Good to sell, 500 gold. And we stop in right here. Skip that one actually. Harm 2 will wipe through all these guys, with the exception of the crawl. One paralyzed. This should take care of the 4 skeletons. Do another one, 2 more bones, 1 more creep. While we're waiting, I'll get a drink here. Harm does not work on crawls, but it's worth it to cast it to get rid of the skeletons. Fighter is cured from... Oh. I stood up, paralyzed. I'm like Joe Swanson from Family Guy. Sorry. It just set itself up for that one. Me legs. Kill this dude. Black Belt will take care of him. Terminated, White Mage took care of it. 1/2 dozen of another to me, as long as it's done. It is done. Alright, our first stop with the Mystic Key. We have to fight some wizards. So like I said, when you come inside of these buildings along the bottom of the 3rd floor here, you need to be super careful because these wizards pop up all the time and they're on random floor tiles. If you want, you can look up online floor plans of the different, caves and dungeons in this game, and they'll show you little stars on where, mini bosses and fights you can't get out of like this are, but I don't do that. I remember or just fight it. Usually behind any kind of important chest, in front of any important chest, but there's only one spot to step, you're pretty much guaranteed to get that kind of fight. So you can scout it out when you first come in the room by looking around. If there's multiple ways to get to a chest, you probably don't have to worry about it, other than directly in front of it. But in the case of this room, you'll see that the chest we saw for a second between the 2 statues, there's only one way to get to it. So we're probably almost guaranteed to have another fight in here besides these guys. Missed the last wizard here. Kieran Tech C just a little bit. Oh. That's unfortunate. But, oh well. We can manage without him. Had a hard time with these wizards. I lost Tech B. Oh well. 1200 gold. He's only a little bit to bring back to life, so Tech A is up to level 10. Nice. In the double digits. Tech C, level 10. Also nice. Tech D, level 10. Alright, I'm going to have to do a little bit of a healing here after this. So these cobras you got to deal with pretty quick so you don't get poisoned, but they're pretty easy to take care of. They are blocking the entrance, the treasure chest here. These guys aren't that hard. Light them up with lit, pretty much instant kills. Or have your fighter attack. Okay, not instant kill. That was weak. Literally. It's alright, it gives me time to heal up while I'm in here anyway. Alright, this round will take care of this guy. Slash slash. Nice. Alright, treasure chest. We found silver. So we have a silver bracer. So let's go ahead and put it on. We're going to put it on Tech D. Gets the lucky one because he happens to be holding it. And we have a whole bunch of stuff to sell. So now we need to shift our order around here. I can't actually. So we avoided those wizards this time. Alright, moving on to the next building. So we want to head east to this building. We're going to run from these guys. Whole beans. We have one lone treasure chest in here. So we want to go head over to it and avoiding any kind of monsters whenever possible. There are a group of cobras in front. I should have known. But between Lit and the fighter, we should be able to take these guys out pretty quick. Again, I'll reiterate like I always do. Do not step on the same spot again when you're in areas like this. Otherwise, you will have to fight the fight over again, which you'd prefer not to do. Unless, of course, you're looking for experience. thinking what I want to do here for strategy. He'll be dead. I'm not going to waste any more magic right now. I need to fight my way out of this cave too. Oh. Wow, we're down to the fighter and my white wizard. That is unfortunate. Found the silver. So we're going to go ahead and move that to Tech C. And we'll equip. He's had damages at 11. And I know he's dead, but we'll equip it anyway. Go to check status. Damage up to 14. Nice. Alright, moving along. Let's heal up real quick here. Yeah. All I got is that. Hopefully there's not too many more fights. So we are on our way out of here. So let's just head back up the way we came. We're gonna have to get back to Elfland just like this, which we should be able to do. Not worried about it. Heading up north. And heading back out the way we came. Go back into this building. Drop down. Come up and around. Back up here, out this door, and follow this path to the steps until it is out of the Marsh Cave for the final time. I will put in the video comments, the pinned comment and the timestamps, the various times the Marsh Cave is visited and what the reason was for each time, just so that everyone can have it as a reference point. And I will name the timestamp for this Mystic Key Treasures, so you know that that's why I came here. Alright, we have completed the Marsh Cave. Now we just need to get back to Elfland. And we'll bring our fallen compatriots back to life. And go about our business. Right. You can tell I'm starting to get tired. I've been playing for 7 hours of Final Fantasy. Probably have another 13 to go. Alright, back at Elfland. Get out of here. We're going to go inside Elfland and bring back our fallen party members, stay at the inn, regroup, and go back on our merry adventures. Tech C, back to life. Tech B, back to life. And let's go ahead and sort the order. B and D, switch, done. Okay, now to sell some stuff we got here. I got some stuff I'll need to get rid of after we stay at the inn here. I should dump it off. Get some extra gold, use it to buy some spells. But I can do that part later. Let's go ahead now and pay a visit to Corneria. So we gotta head back to our boat. Pop. Not one round, we only knocked out one pirate. That's alright. This time we'll take care of these two. Alright, back at Corneria Castle. So, there are some locked treasure chests that we need to acquire in Corneria, one of which includes a very important one that we need. Just have to find them. 'Cause to be honest, I forget where they are. Not this way. There we are, where that guy is standing. Gotta go down and around, I think. There we go. This is the way. Yes, here we are. But if I remember correctly, one of these rooms will have the TNT, which is what we need to continue on our way. There it is. So the TNT we now have to take to the Dwarf Cave. That's the next thing to do. Then we can continue on our adventures around the world, wherever we want to go. Alright, let's go ahead up and visit the Temple of the Fiends, or Garland's area again. There are some locked doors in there that I'd like to take care of while we're here. Now, we will be back later for the final dungeon is inside there, coincidentally. But for now, that's still a long ways away. So we're just going to go back in now, pick up the treasure chests, and move on. Fight off this imp. Alright, Temple of the Fiends. As you level stronger, the guys in here tend to get a little stronger. Not much, though. Until you get all 4 crystals restored, the orbs restored, and you actually use the transporter to go back in time. Then the enemies in here become really difficult. But by that point in the game, we'll be prepared-ish. You'll see what I mean. Tech B got up a level. Treasure box is empty because we already collected that one. Gonna go ahead and go east this time and pick up the treasure chests down on the bottom. Knocking through these wolves. Alright, so at the bottom right building, we can now go inside. And of course we get attacked. Gargoyles. Have no choice but to fight. But again, as we remember from the previous area, they're not that difficult. 2 down, 1 to go. That takes care of the gargoyle. Now we can pick up this treasure chest. We found a rune. Really good sword. I don't use it, so I'm going to sell it. If you have a red mage, a rune sword is really good for them. But I don't get any benefit out of it with my current party. Easy enough. Just think, soon we're going to learn warp and exit, and we won't have to traverse back through all these dungeons soon. Right now, I don't know. I'm still going forwards. Alright, the top right room. Usual, we get attacked when we first come in. Now you're going to see that, like I said, we're going to fight these guys twice. To get out, to get in, we have to fight them. And when we go to leave, we'll have to fight them again. Gargoyles are defeated. We found the where and the soft. Now a step back, we're going to get attacked again. Again, the wear sword, we're going to sell because it just doesn't, right now there's no real benefit for us. If we had multiple fighters, I would keep it, but since we don't, and we don't have a red mage either, we're just going to sell it. I have a whole lot of equipment to sell. When we get back to somewhere, I might wait till I get to Melmond. Gargoyles defeated. Alright, so we have cleared through all of the treasure chests in the surrounding areas that you can get with the Mystic Key. And we are going to head back out and head on our adventures. You could have came back and gotten these mystic treasures anytime. I just recommend doing it and getting it over with right at the get-go. So that's one less thing you have to do. Especially since I'm aiming for 100% completion on this game. Alright, back outside, Temple of the Fiends. Knock out this imp. A wizard can't even kill an imp. Fortunately, the fighter can. Knock through the 4 imps. One more to go. Dead. At least a white wizard can kill an imp. Huh. Regular imp. Heading back south down to Corneria. As always, we'll go and stay at the trusty inn. And 7,900 gold. Nice. Plus, not to mention all the stuff I have to sell. Okay. Next, we want to use the TNT to blow a hole in the land mass so that we can continue out into the rest of the world. So back here again, we're going to head south and walk down west here to the Dwarf Cave. Knock off this ogre. Ogre defeated? Probably. Nope, maybe not. There we go. Ogre terminated. Go ahead and go inside the Dwarf Cave. And we're back. So what we need to do is talk to this guy here. Oh wait, maybe not this guy. Who do we have to talk to? Oh, you know where it is? Go up this way. Go over and down. This is the guy who makes weapons. Adamant is found in the floating tower. Narek is the name of the guy we need to find. There's the TNT. And while we're here, we'll pick up all these treasure chests. This is another mystic key door. Gold. House. Cabin. So there's 2 spots I can't open because I have too many weapons. Actually, maybe it's armor. We'll drop the iron in the... Oh yeah, it's armor. Oops, well I dropped those 2 things I could have sold. But that's alright, they were worthless anyway, really. Drop those 2. Not sure if that was the best idea, but oh, well yeah, it worked out. It's over one more. Silver armor, nice. Time to shift some stuff around in a few minutes. Let's go ahead and get out of here. I don't think there's anything else down here. Nope. We've completed the Dwarf Cave. We've gotten all the treasure chests. And we're ready to move on. So we'll have to go back to our ship, get in it, and go through the little hole that we now blew in the land. Alright. Fighting these wolves. As you can see, there's now a hole in the land south of here, which allows us to slip through out into the rest of the world. So just gotta get back to our ship, and here we are. Oh, got hit by a fight. More wolves. And then we can head west towards Melmond, which is the next spot in our adventures, where we have to battle the Fiend of the Earth. One last wolf to take out. Fight, 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 fight. All right. Follow along the land and cut through. Now, if you travel directly west, we find the village of Melmond. Now, Melmond is a partially destroyed village, as the vampire who lives in the Earth Cave has ransacked the local village and destroyed the clinic. He obviously didn't want anyone being brought back to life. So naturally, the first thing we need to do is get revenge and kill the vampire. And we actually have to do the Earth Cave in a minimum of 2 parts. 1 to kill the vampire and get his treasure, and then 2 to continue down into the basement where the actual Fiend of the Earth is. So here is Melmond. As we can see, it's a bustling little village. The vampire destroyed the clinic. Warriors revive the orbs. People just tell us, random mumbo jumbo. We've got a magic shop and a black magic shop. White magic and black magic, my apologies. Go into the armor shop here, see what they sell. Steel armor. Silver. Gonna go ahead and buy a silver. We have a whole bunch of stuff we need to sell here. Let's just double check what I want to sell. Everything on the black belt. And some stuff on here. Let's get trade. Let's equip the silver. And we're going to sell all the stuff on the black belt and the iron armor. And the copper bracer. Tech D. Okay. Easy enough. Backing out. Back in. Let's sell. Let's start with Tech B. Copper 500 gold. Sell. Tech B. Iron shield 50 gold. Iron armor 400 gold. And iron helmet 225. Tech C. I'm going to sell the copper. Bracer. Probably should have kept that iron helmet actually and put it on the fighter. Oh well. Iron armor. Tech C. Alright, got the two wizards. Both have silver bracers now. Nice. And we are looking good armor-wise. Spent a lot of money there. Weapon shop. Got a whole bunch of stuff to sell. Falchion is only really good for a ninja. And we're going to sell everything on the black belt. You can keep the rune and use it as an item in battle. I don't ever. Let's actually check and see if the dragon's better than no, it is not. Alright, dragon's getting sold. $4,000 gold, nice. Alright, we made a nice chunk of change there. Let's go scope out the white magic. I'll go black magic first, actually. Tech C. Fire 3. Nice. This would be... Warp is definitely... I want to get Fire 3, Warp, and Bane. Oh, right. I'm not strong. I can't learn Warp until you're... They don't let you learn some level 5 spells like Warp until you're actually a class upgrade. So I can always learn Bane. That's okay. So we'll have to remember once we get a class upgrade to come back to Melmond to pick up some extra magic. Alright, we can go visit the Titan's Tunnel at some point while we're over here. Even though we don't have the... to give him the thing he likes to eat that we get after we beat the vampire. So what you need to do is you need to go into the Earth Cave, beat the vampire. One of the treasure chests right behind it is it's a thing that Titan likes to eat. He give that to the Titan. Then you can pass through the Titan's tunnel to a little cave where you meet a sage who gives you the rod, which you need to break the seal to get deeper into the earth cave, where in turn you find the Fiend of the Earth, who in turn you have to fight. So you need to do the earth cave a couple of times as well. And that's a requirement. It's not like you can't just do it all in one shot. Beat those ogres. Well, we can at least head over to the Titan's tunnel and pick up some treasure chests that are in there, even though we can't pass through him yet, I believe, if I remember right. I think. We'll go scope it out, probably. Through these great wolves here. One more wolf to go. Excuse me. A couple more hours and probably call it quits for the day. YouTube has a 12-hour limit on videos anyway. We're just going to keep grinding around here for a little while. Gotta get up some more levels before we go into the Earth Cave. It's a little hard in there if you're not properly equipped. Now, inside the Earth Cave, there's actually a lot of spots to get good experience. There's the Hallway of Giants on the left when you first come in. Most people don't know about because you don't usually go over there. But if you do, there is a walkway in an area. And every single tile, you fight giants. So you can rack up experience like crazy. But you need to be strong enough to beat them. So the usual recommendations like level 12. With all the best weapons and armor you can possibly get beforehand. Again, recommended levels are all subjective to the type of party that you have. So everybody needs to do their use your best judgment. Again, like I said, if you go into the areas where the fiends are and you find that the enemies inside are difficult, then the fiend will be probably almost unbeatable. So you need to keep that in mind. Get a drink here while this is fighting. 2 more ogres. Now, you can, at this point in the game, go and visit Crescent Lake if you want to. They do have upgraded weapons and armor, depending on your party. And in some cases, it does make sense to pay a visit over there. Right now, for me, it sort of doesn't, because the magic and stuff is useless at this point, other than just buying it to get it over with, which I don't have the money for. Or I could get some weapons and armor, but it wouldn't be too much usefulness right now in a meaningful way. But I will head over there shortly, probably. Okay, knock through that fight. Just gonna keep grinding around here for a little bit. Kill through these ogres. Kill through more ogres. So these guys aren't too difficult around here. Green ogres. You get nice amounts of gold around here, which is cool. Two down, 2 to go. on grinding here. Terminated. Nice, 100 damage. Alright, we stayed at the inn. Go ahead and go back outside and fight some more. So to recap where we're at while we're just dawdling around here. So we are at the village of Melmond. We are outside of the original area of the game after using the TNT to break a hole in the landmass at the Dwarf Tunnel. So the next step is we have to work our way through the Earth Cave and defeat the Fiend of the Earth. But to do so, we need to defeat the vampire that ransacked the village of Melmond and destroyed the clinic. So to do that, we need to get up just a little bit of levels to work our way about, I would say, maybe a little more than a quarter of the way through the Earth Cave to the vampire. After we defeat the vampire, we get a ruby. We take that ruby to the Titan's tunnel, where we give it to the Titan. He then vanishes, and we can pass through the tunnel to meet a sage who will give us a rod to break the stone plate covering the deeper parts of the Earth Cave. Everybody got all that? Typical Final Fantasy. If the Fiend of the Earth was so strong, why does he need all this stuff blocking the way? So what does that mean? Pretty much we're going to have to do the Earth Cave a couple of times. Same as always. Which is no big deal. The biggest location you have to traverse through, I think, actually is the volcano. But the volcano is actually pretty easy because when we get there I can show you a trick that avoids having to fight a lot. Unless, of course, you want to. So we're just going to go ahead and venture down this way a little bit here and explore a little. Knock through these shadows. Shadows are not very difficult. We fought them before in the game. So shadows like to cast dark, which makes your physical attacks have a less chance of hitting. But we're doing pretty good. This guy should be taken care of. Terminated. Starting to get dark finally. So here is the entrance to the Earth Cave. We're going to go ahead here and go inside. So there are 4 ways to go. If you go left, it will take you to the Hall of Giants, like I talked about before. Pretty dangerous spot, so we want to be a little bit careful there to avoid that spot, because every single step tile is the group of 4 giants that you have to fight. They give great experience, but they're pretty difficult at this point in the game. So we're going to avoid that for a little while. We'll knock down one more Cobra, 1 to go. Monsters perished. $200 gold, 165 experience. Not bad for a fight in here. So, if we go up the northern path, there are some areas we can explore. Bowls are not overly powerful. They pack a pretty good punch, but nothing we can't handle right now. And as you can see, our black belt is starting to get stronger. Bowls are weak against silver weapons still, because we are underground. So why that matters, I don't know, but that is the way of the game. I'm actually going to turn up my white balance a little bit here. Starting to get a little bit dark. That looks pretty good. Let me actually turn my TV off. My kiddo was playing Fortnite and left it on. Alright, defeated those guys. Gotta do some pure here. Whoop, wait, pure. There we go. Whoops. Get my order right here. continue on our way. So passing the entrance back down to the south now, where are 2 locations we can hit up here. Nice. Alright, in this south door here, leave this building, find a treasure chest with a pure and some gold. Here for the gold, mostly. And we're going to head to that building down to the left next. Alright, just got to take out these asps. Poisoned as usual, but that's okay because I know pure. So not a big deal or anything to worry about there. Knock down one. Knock down another. Pure neutralizes poison. Go ahead and wipe these guys out here. $103 damage. Defeated. All right, continuing to this building, we have 2 treasure chests. That's right, there's nothing in those, they're empty. I forgot about that. We'll go down to this one. It's funny things you remember when you play this game again. The 2 chests in there were traps. Basically you fight like these guys that are just a pain in the butt and you don't even get anything out of them. I think that treasure chest, maybe one wasn't empty, but I know it's not worth fighting. bull. Knocked out here. Continue heading south. Fight off an earth. So the earths are pretty strong, but not that big of a deal. They pack a good punch. So obviously you want to beat them as quick as possible. Good trick is to cast slow on earth. Sleep doesn't work. Nothing like that, but slow does work, which allows you to get a couple extra hits in, you know, before the enemy attacks. So slow is always a good thing to use. I think it's probably one of the first times you've seen me use it. No, I shouldn't say that. I've used it in the past. Used it on the Sahags once in a while. Yeah, it didn't work. Well, that was irrelevant. Didn't work anyway. So, just keep on fighting here. We'll knock this guy out this round, probably. See, you gotta see, that's what I was worried about. Like how quick they can kill your magicians. Now my black mage is dead. Which is okay. We're gonna go back outside soon anyway. This guy has about 400 hit points. 400 hit points probably. Can't wait till I learn life. And we're just gonna attack this guy. He's gotta be almost dead. Earths pretty much protect most of the more valuable treasure areas in this cave, so we gotta be careful of them. And they do pop up randomly in fights. And you can't run from them. Well, I think you can if they're in a normal fight. But, I don't know, we'll have to find out. Tech A got up a level 11. Nice. That's super good. Tech D got up a level 11. That's good because the magician will get more magic. Found a heal. And 880 gold. Okay, so the earth didn't protect anything that valuable. Definitely worthwhile getting because, again, 880 gold. So we are going to work our way back now and see about getting out of here. So back the way we came, which fortunately is not too far. Not that big of a deal. Let's bolt from these guys. We're not in a position to fight these many gargoyles right now. Which we could win. We can knock out 2 at a time, but just want to play it safe. Gotta get to these snakes. Gotta get away from these guys. Just waiting and waiting. There we go. All right. Here's the exit where we came in. If everybody knows, the east way is the way you want to go to progress deeper into the cave. So we're going to go ahead here and use a house, which will restore the majority of our HP and MP, but not bring back Tech C to life. So bit of a pain. Because the local village doesn't have the healing place, I have to go back to Corneria. Sorry. That's kind of a pain because Melmond, again, if you remember, was sacked by the vampire and has no clinic. So anytime somebody dies, you have to hoof it back to Corneria, which is not far, but it's just kind of a pain and a waste of time, personally. But it is what it is. My fault for letting them die. Alright, so backtracking the way we came. And we'll fight this guy, why not? We'll get some experience while we're meandering back. Ooh. And we're going to keep on moving up here. Head north. And then east. Back to Melmond. We're almost there. Ogres don't pose much of a challenge, obviously, at this point, but I'm just gonna, run from this fight. Hyenas can hit pretty good, but again, mostly just your weaker level characters. Not so much the big gun, the more offensive guys who have the good armor and stuff. Alright, back at Melmond. So let's go ahead here. Stay at the local inn. Well, I might advise to buy some white magic while I'm here, actually. Forgot I have so much money. Whoops. I have pure already. Let's get cure 3. And that'll be it. Alright, back to the inn. You'll find sometimes I do things on a whim, because, you see it and you're like, oh, right, I have all that money. Especially when you start getting tired after playing this game for 8 hours and 5 minutes. Alright, so, like I said, there is no clinic at Melmond, so we have to go back to Corneria, which is the closest village, to bring back the Black Wizard. Doesn't cost much, it's just more of a nuisance to go all the way out of my way to do it, but that's what I get. That might happen a couple more times, especially after I work my way through the Earth Cave. Totally, I may end up losing a guy or two while fighting the Earth Fiend. Alright. One more pirate to go. He is now dead? Dead. Alright. Got some more experience and gold for that fight. Let's see what we get. 60 pieces of experience. 60 points, sorry. And 360 gold. And if you just head east till you hit the landmass, you'll come across Corneria. As if we haven't remembered from the 30 other times I was here prior. But we'll ignore that and pretend we've never been. So, the clinic is up on the right. Cross over the little bridge. Go inside. Press A, you get your 40 gold spent, and our party is back. A, B, C, and D need to switch, and we need to go stay at the inn, and then we'll work our way back to the Earth Cave. We should be able to take out the vampire at this point. I'm pretty comfortable doing that. So let's give it a shot. So again, I'm going to head just straight due west until we come across the landmass, the other side of the continent, and we'll go up, cut through the hole that we made with the TNT. If anybody doesn't remember, you get the TNT from the treasure chests after you, in Corneria, after you get the Mystic Key. The TNT is a required item. And you give it to the dwarfs in the Dwarf Cave to blow the hole open. Because God knows, dwarfs can't do anything themselves. Like in Final Fantasy II, when you were in the underground and you had to save the dwarves from Golbez. Even though it was your fault he was there. But we'll ignore that. Oops. That should take care of the shark. And let's go stay at the inn again. Oh, wait, where am I going? There we go. I think I'm going to give this about another 2 hours and then take a break. Let's go ahead here and say yes. If you leave your game, don't forget to press reset. Hold reset, I mean. To make sure that you properly save your game. Okay, now that we've done that, we're back in action. What do you say we head back this way? Let's see what we can do here. Knock through one creep. Knock through two creeps. Knock through three creeps. All right. These guys again. Take out the harder ones first. When you find a group of ghouls and ghosts and geists, or any of those guys, always take out the more colorful ones first. And then use harm on the group, and it will pretty much knock through most of them. The fighter can one-hit the geist, assuming he's not paralyzed like he just did. So, but harm should take care of most of these guys anyway. Terminated. Terminated. Not terminated. Not terminated. I didn't think that would terminate it. Terminated, definitely. Terminated. And let's see what it does to the Geist. What do you think, everybody? Terminated. Excellent. That was quick. Got 145 experience, 367 gold. And let's continue making our way south. So here we are back at the Earth Cave. Let us go ahead and pitch us a cabin. And we'll go ahead and save right here. And we're going to go in and see if we can tackle the vampire, which we should be able to do. Okay. In we go. So this time around, we want to shoot straight east. We're going to run from these guys for obvious reason. We don't want to get bogged down using all our magic on and stuff on gargoyles, especially when we're 10 paces into the cave. Close call. So you can head east and follow this path to the stairwell that goes down deeper into the cave. Bulls are pretty weak. We'll just fight. A good hit from your black belt or your fighter will one-hit these guys. That should take care of this. Alright, so we want to go up this way. Come around. Oh, not this way. Sorry, my bad. I got stuck into an unnecessary fight there. All because I went the wrong way. Got poisoned again. Use the antidote on the fighter. And resort my order. A, B, C, D. Excellent. Now let's go the right way. Down here. Down we go here. Move it back. I'll pop over here. There's a treasure chest in here that I would like to get. I don't remember what's in it, but I know it's there. And if I remember right, there's an earth blocking it. Again, most of the guys on here are not that strong. They do get stronger as you get deeper into the earth cave. There's 3 treasure chests. Nice. Coral. And a cabin. Nice. I don't know if that sword actually helps me. Right now I'm going to stay with silver, just because of the area that I'm in, which is under the ground. And we're going to go pick up, I think there's a treasure chest down this way too. Let's knock through this bowl. Oh, 122 points experience. Nice. Oh, Tech B got up to level 11. Awesome. Every time he gets up levels, he gets stronger and stronger. Alright, we're going to go back this way. I actually don't think there was anything down there. We're going to run from these great ogres, green ogres, whatever they are. I think they're green ogres, they actually call them. they hit pretty hard, so we're going to try and avoid getting killed, which we just did. Excellent. Okay, so doubling down here. Oh, these bats. Move. 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 Fortunately, you can push them, sort of. Move. Move. That was annoying. Okay, down to the next level. In that room right above us is where the vampire is, which is our first destination. So we're just going to keep on heading that way. Pick up a couple treasure chests on the way, probably. A tent. The more tents, cabins, houses you find, the better. They're worth going out of the way for. Mummies, they pack a pretty good punch, but they're not crazy difficult. They do sometimes show up in numbers, so you want to be careful there. And they can put you to sleep. So that's pretty much like stunned. It's, with the other guys, kind of annoying. But fortunately, you don't have to do anything about that. Once you're out of the fight, it comes right back. Let's go ahead and push through here. Alright, I'm going to try and run from these guys this time. I'm not fighting this fight. Close call. Excellent. Alright. Found 3,400 gold. Sweet! It's enough almost for another magic spell. Level 3. Not that I need anymore, but... Run from this fight again. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Up here is a useful treasure chest, so skip in and keep following down as we're going. Do a quick status check here. I might heal up the black belt shortly. Because we're going to have to fight the vampire. Another fight. Let's run. Run, 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 run. See how quick we can run. Close call. Excellent. Specters and those guys are usually pretty easy to run from. Alright. Here we are at the vampire. Here he is. So again, he is not overly difficult. Just have to knock him out real quick. He does punch pretty hard and can do some spells and stuff, but he's really not much of a challenge. More of a nuisance, really. And our ultimate goal is the treasure chest, located right behind his oddly placed throne to the left there. So let's go ahead and take him on. Here we go. This is the vampire in the Earth Cave. So we'll start out with Fire 2. If you have Fire 3, you can knock him out in pretty much one shot. We don't yet, unfortunately, because we're just not at that level. But between the fighter and the black belt, this will be pretty easy. Harm 2 works again because it's undead. And there we go. Beat the vampire. Super easy. Okay. Let's see what kind of experience and gold we get. Usually you get pretty good for this kind of stuff. 300 experience, 2,000 gold. Nice. The Black Wizard got up to level 11. Alright, so now what we need to do is pick up the ruby, which we have just done. And now we need to get out of here because we cannot progress any further until we trade the ruby to the Titan so we can pass through his tunnel and go visit the sage on the eastern end of this continent. And the sage will give us a rod, which we then can use to break the cover over the steps. So that's next. We have to go out, get the rod, then come back and do this again. But we'll get through it. So backtracking the way we came. Again, I don't know warp yet. So we don't have any other way to get out other than die, which we don't want to do because we will not be brought back with our stuff. Just get through this fight here. Knock through these specters again. We'll just run. We got two guys stunned. Somebody's gonna run here. Come on, somebody run. Okay, we're out of here. This fight, at least. Better do up a quick heal in soon. There you can see where you have to use the rod to break that cover. We just saw it in the center of the screen. Down to the bottom left there. But that will be our, we'll be back. The white wizard's getting a little low. I gotta keep an eye on that. Alright, so we're going to head west here, back down this hallway, back up these steps, and back down, and then north. Move it back. These asps again. Like you've always seen, when they strike first, that means we can run right away afterwards. So, that's good. Just gotta watch for the poisonings and make sure you use pure or carry pures with you because they're a pain. We're going to head down here this time, pick up this treasure chest. Run, run. We have to find an earth in here if I remember right, while we're on our way out. There we go. Run, move it back. Yeah, I think if I remember right, there's probably going to be an earth in here. Yep. And let's go ahead and see what we can pick up here. That one. Nothing here. Whoops. Treasure box empty. Cool. There's the earth. Alright. Let's do... let's just do Lit 2. Try and take this guy out as quick as we can here. Doing Viz on the Black Wizard, and I need to fix my order. I forgot from when I got poisoned before. Ooh, that was painful. Alright, that was good. I may have to cast that on my fighter too. Put 2. Should take at least 17. Nothing. I was going to say it should take about 100, and then I said 17 because I saw it. So that was not so good. Ice 2. Running out of magic. Running out of some serious magic. We probably should not have come in here in hindsight. But that's alright. I mean, this not in the cave. In this part where I'm at here. I should have just kept going. That's nice. 3 critical hits. Could have been a little better. Lights 2. Alright, we're going to get through this guy here. There we go. Terminated. Alright. Back working our way out of the Earth Cave. Move it back. So basically we're just going to backtrack the way we came. And probably run from the majority of these fights. Just to play it smart. Here, because I already lost my Black Wizard. But don't worry, we'll get him back. I promise. We're going to have to go back to Corneria again. Which is a bit of a pain, but it is what it is. Run from these gargoyles. Gargoyles don't do a whole lot of damage, fortunately. But they can. If they get critical hits, especially on, wizards and stuff. So, we're just going to try and get out of here. We're almost out. Good, got away. Alright, we have made it through the Earth Cave for the first time. We defeated the vampire, got the ruby, and now we need to go and give it to the Titan so we could get through his area. Now, to do that, you gotta backtrack a little bit. And we want to go west through this mountain range and into this cave. This is the Titan's Tunnel. We're going to run from these guys. So here we are. Give him the ruby, and he vanishes. So if you go south inside the Titan's Tunnel, there are some pretty good treasures. But we need to just dodge these ogres here. Inside this little building here, we've got 4 treasure boxes. We found a great axe. Let's check it. I don't know if it'll help us or not here. I don't think so. Yeah, I'll leave it. Gold. Silver helmet. 450 gold. Armor. We're going to trade the wooden helmet off for the silver helmet. Cool, cool. I already got that one. Empty, 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 empty. Alright. So, now that we have done that, we are going to run from this fight and work our way through this tunnel and out the other side. It's very short. I'm just gonna keep heading north here, back the way we came. And out these steps right here. Alright, now that you're outside the tunnel, you want to follow along the mountain range. There's really only one way to go here, and it's a short little walk. Cut through the mountain range here and follow the shoreline south to this cave. Gotta avoid these shadows. They strike first, so we'll be able to run. Alright, here we are at the Sage's Cave. So there are a couple of treasure chests in here. Oh, sorry, there's not actually. And if we go up and talk to the sage, he'll tell us to use the rod behind the vampire's room. Hiding deep inside, we'll find the cause of the earth's rot. So we have the rod, and we are ready to proceed deeper into the earth cave. But first, obviously, we have to go and bring our black wizard back to life, which involves a trip to Corneria. So, for good measure, let's go ahead here and save, because it is only my 3/4 of my party alive, and I don't have much in the way of magic or anything like that. So I want to make sure I stay alive. We're going to run from this fight and continue heading west, back the way we came. We only have to do this part once, so we will not be back here again. going to pass back through the Titan's tunnel. Again, just so everybody remembers, to get through here you need the ruby, which is found in the Earth Cave. Alright, we're going to run from this fight. Run. And then head back towards Melmond. Continue heading east, following along the shoreline, and we'll be back at Melmond after we get through this ogre fight here. We'll probably go inside Melmond, stay at the inn, and then head over to Corneria. So let's do that. The people of Melmond are now safe because the vampire has been defeated. Thinking here, let's see what we got in the way of magic. Cure 3, pure. I think I'm going to buy some more white magic here. Life would be an awesome spell to know. Excellent. Ooh, choices. Harm 3. Hopefully that was a good idea, but it's alright. The more I think about it, I really should have considered heal 2, but it's okay. So now we need to head back east to Corneria. Now again, like I said, with the magic, it's all a matter of your preference. What you see me doing is my preference, based on what I think I will use the most. So, and the more I think about it, heal 2 probably not required so much because I get the heal rod later on. So, alright, back to Corneria. Here we are. We're going to go inside here and bring our fallen black wizard back to life, stay at the inn, and then head back over to Melmond. Put our order back here, just for good measure. Got some stuff to sell here. Silver, coral, wooden, 2 wooden hats, wooden hat, wooden shield. So let's start with weapons. Sell. We'll get rid of the coral because you don't really need it. We get a much better weapon very soon. And get rid of the silver, it's done as well. The power rod I don't really ever use. It's actually worth it to sell it and get the gold to use it to buy magic. Just a piece of advice. It's up to you guys what you prefer. That's just what I do. In all the playthroughs I've had of this game, I've never actually needed to use it. You can use it as an item. Alright, let's sell some old stuff here, just to get it out of inventory. Get much gold for it, but you know, every little bit helps. Turns into a free stay at the local inn. $30 to stay. Alright, we are back in action. Now, back to next step is to traverse deeper into the Earth Cave and beat the Fiend of the Earth. Before we do that, I'm going to pay a visit to Elfland here and make sure we're maxed out on some magic. Because there is some magic I do need to buy still for the next level that I have not yet bought because of financial reasons mainly. These guys are pretty easy to knock through. So we need to learn some more level 4 spells. We can buy 4 more spells, 2 for each wizard. So that's what we're going to do. Tucked away up here, as everybody remembers, is the level 4 magic shops. So we're going to buy Fear and a ice. Looks like we have to come back here one more time. Which we can come back for later. I don't have enough to buy the 2 black wizard spells, which I don't need them right now anyway, so we can come back later on. Not worth just going in to buy 1. If that was already in there, but yeah, we'll ignore that. 8 hours into Final Fantasy. So YouTube lets you upload videos that are about 12 hours long, so I will be having to break this into 2 parts. But again, the timestamps will be on the comments, pinned as a pinned comment to take you to all the good spots, so you don't have to enjoy the monotonous fighting as I have. So while we have a minute, if everybody could click that like button and subscribe to my channel, that would be awesome. I'm gonna keep on fighting these guys here. Knocked out 2 of these guys. And I'm just gonna go back. Buy 1 of the black wizard spells more. I was thinking about it while I was in that fight. Going up and around. Stop at the item shop real quick. We need a bunch of cabins. You know, I wonder if I should buy a house instead of the Black Wizard spells. We're gonna need some stuff for the cave. Now I'm thinking. Melmond has the inn. So while I'm buying these pures, I'll roost on it here. Cabins 3, pures 7. Yeah, I'm gonna save the money. All right. The reason I say that is there's really nothing I need black magic wise at the moment. What to? And to get back, as we remember, we follow along the western side of the land, cut through the hole we made, and we're back out into the ocean. Let's fight through these hags here. At this point in the game, sahags are pretty easy to fight through, obviously. One hit from magic and offensive fighters takes these guys out super quick, versus what it was like a couple hours ago when it took forever to fight through these fights. In here. All right. Let's do this. So, we're going to head back. Towards the Earth Cave. Fight through these ghouls here. through these guys. Our black welt has been stunned as usual. Another hit there. Take out that one. C, not dead. Tech B is cured. We're gonna fight off these guys with just physical attacks now. I don't want to waste too much magic. I think of all the ailments I get affected by in this game, I think getting paralyzed or stunned happens the most. Because such a large majority of them do it to you. Alright, that should take care of him. Excellent. Alright. Monsters perished. 334 gold. Fighter's not stunned anymore. Moving on. Got attacked right before I went to go into the cave. Gotta get through these wolves and we can go inside. Let's knock through these guys with Lit 2 here. I'm gonna fight them off. Because by the time I try and run, I can just fight these guys off. Alright, let's knock another one out there. 3 more to go. 4 more to go, sorry. Got another. 3 to go. One down. 1 to go. Done. Complete. Killed the wolves that I got attacked by right at the friggin' entrance to the cave. It's alright though. Every little bit of gold and experience helps. Alright. Let's go in here and fight around a little. I'm gonna get up a level or 2. So I'll show you the Hall of Giants over here. every step here basically is the same. Fear works good on giants. Stop them from attacking as much. It's got a success rate of like 50%. Giants are not overly difficult, but they give a good amount of experience. And fire too works really well on them. Same for the iguanas. They're pretty easy. Iguanas have low hit points. Fear worked on one. Ineffective. So we worked on one giant. And not the iguana. Ooh, that's one thing you gotta be careful of. Is they hit your wizards pretty hard. You get 500 experience and 1800 gold for those fights. So the one thing you gotta be careful of if you're gonna walk and fight around here, this part, is you need to make sure you're healed up constantly. Because if anybody dies, then it's, you came here for nothing. Not nothing, but it costs a lot of money to come back. Time, not so much money. Knock through that should kill that giant. Maybe not. Fight. Let's do some, I don't have much left. I'm running out of magic. Gonna have to go outside and, stay at the inn or pitch a house if I have one. One more giant to go. Bulls are pretty easy to knock through. Just a couple of physical attacks, kill them. That should take care of them. Done. As you can see, the fighter, the black belt, is starting to get really strong in terms of physical attacks, which I love. All right. Thinking we need to go back and stay at the inn at Melmond. I don't have any houses. I knew I should have bought one. So that's what we're going to do. We'll just fight our way back. And get the experience along the way. And then I think we might try and tackle the Earth Cave. I think I can beat Lich. He's not overly difficult. Which is more so, again, about, like I've said in the past, a couple hours ago at this point, getting to him is the hardest part. Getting to the Fiends is the most of the challenge. Not so much actually fighting them, just getting there is the fun part. Fight off this last wolf. Alright, some more ogres here. Ice 2 works great on ogres, but again, you only get to use it a couple of times at this point, so we want to be conservative about how much we use it. Let's just attack this guy. Alright, we're back at Melmond. Got some nice gold here, so let's see about buying warp. Oh right, you have to be leveled up for that. Not leveled up, status upgrade. I forgot about that. could go back and get the 2 level 2 spells, level 4 spells from Elfland. At this point, I might actually do that, because those are the only 2 spells I can really get right now. I could go to Crescent Lake also, but that is a little bit of a hike. Maybe we'll take a visit to Elfland. Lit 2 knocks to these guys like nothing. Alright, continue heading east, back inside. Light these guys up with lit. One more to go. Defeated. Right? Well, oh, maybe not. Yeah, okay, got it. Head south here. Almost found it at the exact spot. Go to the dock at for Elfland. Go south and back into the village of Elfland. We're going to buy those 2 black magic spells. Wait, where am I going? I know where I'm going, I swear. Come down and around. There's the item shop. Past the bridge. And here we are. Level 4 black magic shop. Tech C. We're going to buy Confuse and Fast. Fast is an awesome spell, and you should use it aggressively when you fight with bosses. Use it on your fighter and your black belt first, and typically what that does is makes them attack a lot faster, so you'll get your hits in typically before the boss does. I typically don't ever use it in non-boss fights, just boss fights is where it's at, and it'll help you beat the fight that much quicker, giving the opponent less time to attack. Basically, that's the overall goal of Fast. Pretty self-explanatory. I always use it on the fighter first, or the black belt in my case. All right, back to through the land, back to Melmond. Let's go stay at the inn for the 10 millionth time. The inn people must be like, oh, the Light Warriors are back. Yeah, $100 a night. All right. Now I have to make a choice. Do I want to fight around for a little bit? Get up another level or two? Or do I want to take my chances in the Earth Cave? Probably thinking I might fight just to get up a level or so, but I might just wing it and see what happens. What's the worst that happens? I die and I have to revert back to my save point. We're going for 100% completion with this game with no deaths. Alright, knock through these shadow guys here. And we're going to continue heading south towards the Earth Cave. Paralyzed again. Stun is like the bane of my existence in this game. I can't wait to get ribbons. Ooh. Still stunned here, but we're getting there. One to go. I hate ghouls so much. All right, they're dead. Ghouls are annoying. They don't give you the whole heck of a lot either. Let's use the cabin here. Save. And we are thinking if there's anything else I want to do. We're good to go. So, to navigate through the Earth Cave, we're going to go back the way we came again. This is the way we went towards the vampire. Go down this way. We're going to run from the majority of these fights, probably. We'll fight this one, why not? Ogres are pretty easy here. All right, so continuing east. Oops, I did it again. Move it back. These spiders can poison, so you gotta watch out here. All right, continuing south. And then we're gonna go east. And then south. Whoa, a lot of snakes. Whole lot of snakes. Fix the poison there and revert my party back to its usual order. Alright, continuing along the path we took to get to the vampire before. Gotta get away from these guys. Got 3 of my party stunned. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. My God. Swept me away. I gotta wait for somebody to come back. Good. 2 people cured. Let's see if we can run. Good, finally. Jeez. Okay, continuing on here. Back the way we came, towards the vampire. I think you can't run from wizards, actually. The more I think about it. Not sure I can be able to run from this fight. Thinking we're gonna have to actually fight this guy. Yeah, you know what? Let's just fight him up. Here, I'm thinking. Do some curing on my black belt here. The wizards are the biggest pain in this place. Because you have to waste time to fight them. I forgot you can't run from them. Cure 2. Little rip through these guys. Maybe not. There's one down. Alright, we'll get through the other 2 pretty quick here. There's another one. Let's hope we don't run into these guys again. Attack A is up to level 12. Which is awesome. Attack D is up to level 12. Oh, at least there was a silver lining in fighting that fight. Got my guys up another level. Alright. Moving on. Move it. We can just run from these guys here. Cockatrices you always want to run from. They are not worth fighting. And they are just annoying. Every hit with them is guaranteed paralysis, basically. Always just, if you see one, run. You'll get the experience elsewhere. Alright, going this way now. Alright, so here we are back at the vampire. Gotta get through these guys again. Hopefully they don't stun me. Passing through where the vampire was. Coming around. Here is where we need to use the rod. There's a stone plate on the floor. You sense something evil. So, we need to use the rod You can actually see the steps when you hit the plate shatters, revealing the steps. So now we can go ahead and go in. I don't know which way to go, guessing. Oh, we'll go this way. I actually don't remember. South, I guess. Yeah, I think this is right. Oh, these guys again. So the enemies don't get any harder down in the basement. They just get the same, kind of annoying paralysis all the time. That's why I wish I had ribbons. They could have thrown you a bone and given you a ribbon or two. But that, again, would make the game too easy. There we go. I'm not thinking if I need to heal or not. Nah, we'll keep going. So the plus of this cave is once I get down through it and I beat the Fiend of the Earth, you get immediately warped back outside. So you don't have to traverse the cave again. That goes the same for any of the other 3 Fiends. Once you beat them, you get a free ride back to the exit. Because you're pretty much guaranteed to be running out of stuff by the time you get there. So at least the game was nice to you and threw you a bone that way. Monsters perished. Alright, continuing on. Left. Move it back. I don't know if it's true or not, but usually when you see the bats, it's a sign that you're going the right way. There's the steps. Even deeper now, in the basement. Into the cave, I mean. Not a basement, it's a cave. I have to heal up my black belt here. Let's use up, I already used them, that's right. Cure 2. And we'll heal everybody a little bit. Starting to run low on healing magic. But again, we should be able to beat the Fiend of the Earth pretty quickly. Just by wailing on him. So as long as I can get there, I'm okay. We're doing pretty good here. I think we're going to be okay. So continuing along. A giant. I haven't seen any giants since we were up in the hallway of giants. And here we are. The first Fiend. The Fiend of the Earth. So as you can see, it's a red orb. All you need to do is, well, assuming I run from this fight, you just go up and talk to it, and it becomes the Fiend. And let's, thinking we're good to go here. Let's do this. Check here. Not that I can really do much. I do have one cure too. I'm a little weak, but I think we're going to be okay. So when we talk to it, it will tell us its story. The Fiend Ball cracks, basically introduces himself. It is Lich, the Fiend of the Earth. So he's weak against fire, and he casts ice spells. So we do a ice, defense against his blizzard, and other stuff that he uses. And then you want to basically just wail on him as much as you can. So fighter attack, black belt attack, black wizard, use an offensive magic spell. Alternatively, you can cast fast on your offensive fighters if you feel you need to. This guy should be pretty easy here. As you can see, he does cast ice spells and blizzards and stuff like that, so hence why you use a ice. Cuts the damage down considerably from his ice spells. Otherwise, his ice spells will pretty much kill your wizards and your black belt almost instantly. You get a couple good attacks, this fight will be over. Fire 2 works well. If you know Fire 3, you can almost one-hit him. But again, by that point, you'd be up some pretty considerable more levels. So let's do Fire 2 again here. And we'll do a lit, just in case he casts any kind of lightning spells, which he can do. And let's get ready to defeat this guy. Hopefully we get lucky we knock him out this round. Let's see. Sweep 2 is annoying. Unfortunately, it doesn't work very often, as you can see. Nice, 100 damage. That didn't do anything. Another Fire 2. And let's see if we can knock this guy out. My black belt's letting me down. I was expecting him to get like 100 hit point hits. Well, between the black wizard's fire spell, oh nice, 160. Terminated, there we go. We have beaten the first Fiend in Final Fantasy, the Fiend of the Earth, Lich. Let's see what kind of experience and gold we get for that. 3,000 gold, 550 experience points. Nice. As you can see, he has disappeared. And all you need to do is go up and step on this. And everything shakes. And then you can just go ahead and walk forward and step outside. We'll take you back outside. As we can see, one of the orbs in the upper left corner is now lit. And let's go ahead here and save. And walk back to Melmond. So we have completed the Cave of the Earth and beat the Fiend of the Earth. We do not have to come back to this area anymore. The next step in our adventures is to move on to Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake is basically on the far side of the world, southern continent. And now let's walk back towards Melmond, like I said. stay at the inn. Alright, stayed at the inn. Don't think there's anything else to do in Melmond. We'll come back here later for the magic spells that we can't buy right now because we did not have a class, change or upgrade that we get after we meet Bahamut. And we do the Castle of Ordeals. So to get to Crescent Lake, basically we need to get to, like I said, the other side of the world. So the easiest way to get there is just to go around the world instead of going the long way. If you go left at the western end of the world, it'll dump you on the eastern side of the map. If you don't know where you're going, you hold B and select together. Will bring up the world map for you. Or in 2022, you can just use your phone to bring up a world map of Final Fantasy pretty quick. Alright, we're going to knock through this pirate here. Alright, we'll get through this pirate here. Come on, pirate. Bam, dead. Alright, so continuing on here. Just going to keep heading this way until we reach right here. Go ahead and get off here. Now, the enemies here near Crescent Lake are a lot harder than they were near Melmond. So, we need to be ready for that. These guys, not so much, but you will run into some other stuff that can become more of a challenge. So, just be cognizant of that. Knock through this bowl here. So our next step after we visit Crescent Lake is probably to knock out the Gurgu volcano, which is one of the bigger dungeon caves in the game. I think it's actually the biggest. But the first thing we have to do before we do any of that is actually get the canoe, which is made available in Crescent Lake now that we've beaten the Earth Cave. Let's knock out this troll here. Fight, 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 fight. Fight, fight. Black belt's getting a little beat up here. Terminated. Nice. Alright, continuing on. I'm gonna heal our black belt real quick. We'll just do Secure 2 on him a couple of times. Alright, so you need to go around the little lake here. And we have reached the village of Crescent Lake. Just gotta get through this fight here. I'm just gonna run from this fight. Crescent Lake has a lot of good stuff. Has some better weapons and armor. And has some really good magic spells. But again, pricey. I believe they're actually level 6 magic spells. So here we are at Crescent Lake. First thing we're going to do is stay at the inn, which is an immediate save. 200 gold. Ouch. Alright. So there's an item shop. There's an armor shop. Coming around, there's a weapon shop. If we talk to this gentleman here, he's sleeping even though he's moving. There's a white magic and a black magic shop. What we want to do is come around the black magic shop and follow this path into the woods. Here we find a whole bunch of sages. And if we talk to them, they give us varying pieces of information and the canoe. He is Lucan. Basically tells us that the prophecy will be fulfilled. And this guy gives us the canoe. Go to the volcano, and he wants us to defeat the fire fiend. The fiend of fire. Basically, the guy's telling us that we're the white warriors. Basically telling us some history about the fiends. Alright, so we have gotten the canoe, learned some information, and we're ready to move on. So the canoe, basically all you have to do to use it is anytime you see the light blue water, like you see right there below the magic shacks, when you're outside on the world map, you just walk up to it, walk towards it, and it will immediately put you into the canoe. I'm thinking what I'm going to do here. Let's start out at the armor shop here. Do I have anything I need to sell? No. Let's see what they have to offer. Oh, wow. Nice. We got some nice stuff here. Silver bracers. Silver gauntlets, I mean. We'll get rid of this. We'll buy up a silver gauntlet for the fighter. And let's see what else we can... Nice. Armor's huge right now because we want to beef up our armor, because weapons, we're pretty good on attack. So weapon armor is really important right now. Silver across the board for the fighter. Nice. Weapons, we don't have anything to sell. Oh, excuse me. Let's check out the weapon shop here. Silver axe is really not worth buying. 20,000 for spells now. So we've got 3 Quake are good spells and Stun. Don't buy Rub. It's not worth it. For the white magic, we will end up buying Soft, Exit, and Invis 2 or Fog 2. Both are really good. That's up to you. Which I will come back for all these spells because at 24, I need 120,000 gold to buy all 6 level 6 spells. So I do not have any of that right now. Okay, we're back outside Crescent Lake. And we need to start, you know, fighting around again. Get up some more levels because tackling the volcano is the next step. And is a little more challenging, obviously. Let's fight off these centipedes here. First time fighting these guys, so let's see what they what we can do here. Harm does not work on them. So we'll just fight with the white mage. Alright, beat those guys. So at this point in the game, it starts to get easier getting gold. Gold is considerable in this area, especially when you're on the canoe. You get pretty good gold per fight. Let's see what we get here. Akko poisons. More poison. At least they're not stunning. I'll take poison. fish. 300 experience, 100 gold. Fix the poison. Hydras, knock down this one. That guy should be dead. No, maybe not. Hydras have pack a wicked punch. That one's dead. Ice doesn't do much on water guys, but I used it anyway. Monsters perished. Nice, we almost got 460 experience for that fight. Getting up levels here will happen pretty quick. Another Hydra. $300, 228 experience points there. So what we're doing now is basically using this time to get up levels for the Gurgu Volcano, because that is our next stop. And the Grogu volcano is pretty big, so we'll try to be prepared. There's actually a trick though for the volcano. If you step on the lava tiles, you don't get attacked with. We'll knock down this giant pretty quick here. There we go. Knock down the giant. Fight off this centipede. These guys are pretty easy to beat through, especially when they're by themselves, pretty quick. When your offensive fighters can actually do something. So I pretty much will not have to buy any more weapons for my fighter. Pretty much every weapon he gets will be ones that I find. The flame sword, ice sword, stuff like that. And they obviously come in handy, different locations, you know, depending on who we're fighting. Oh, excuse me. Monsters perished. Fight off these cobras here. Fire 3 takes out most of the cobras pretty quick. Back here, we're going to stay at the inn. As you can see, we're getting up gold pretty quick here. 11,000. With the exception of Gaia and some of the armor and stuff there, which we can't get until we get the airship, Not a lot of stuff to buy at this point. Most of our money is going to be spent on magic spells, which we'll see as the game progresses. You spend a considerable amount of money on magic throughout the game, obviously, as we've seen so far, and it only gets more expensive as you go. So we just got to be wary of that. The level 8 spells get expensive. Very expensive. One down, one giant to go. Fighters up to level 13, which is excellent. We're progressing levels much more efficiently now than we were a couple of hours ago, when I had to spend all that time grinding around Elfland, because the guys get more experience around here. I might check out the Peninsula of Power at some point in the future here. Go back here and stay at the inn. Oh man, excuse me. I'm playing a lot of Final Fantasy today. Oh yeah, I need 20,000. That's right. Rub is the only one you won't buy. Alright, let's go back outside. Oops. Oh. I'm gonna have to walk back in and out of the town just to get out of here. Dumb design. Alright, let's go explore a little. I'm thinking I might check out the Peninsula of Power. These trolls are pretty easy to kill. Just keep wailing away on them until they're dead, like that. Alright, let's get it back in our ship here. And we're probably going to head north. Look at these guys. And cast Pure on our black belt here. He's getting beat up pretty hard, jeez. Cured. Neutralized, sorry. That's what they call it. Ooh. Alright, took out one. Fire 3 should light up a whole bunch of these guys. In fact, it might even kill all of them. That was a nice 186 damage. Only one guy left. Scorpion. This should be over. Well, I gotta do some serious healing. We should get some nice experience from this fight, though. Not bad. 375. Thought it would have been a little more. Let's use a cabin. Alright. Good to continue on our way. So we're going to head north here. And I'm thinking we're going to go up to the Peninsula of Power. Just give me one sec. Stretching. There we go. Let's light them up. Lit. We can knock through these guys pretty quick. Guys are getting knocked out by Lit. So continuing north and east, follow along here. There's the Peninsula of Power, which is past, and there is a small port right here. So the Peninsula of Power, again, like I said, which we'll talk about for a minute here, is an area south of Leftwind. There is a gap between the two continents, and the very tip of the southern continent is actually the guys you fight on it are the enemies you fight around Leftwind. So Lefton, and we're not really strong enough to beat the guys yet. So that's why they call it the Peninsula of Power. It must be a coding mistake when they made the game. And the two tiles, literally it's two tiles that you have to walk back and forth on, are the enemies are set for the ones around Lefton. So they're incredibly difficult, but they give a ridiculous amount of resources and experience and gold when you beat them. So the trick is have lots of tents, because you're going to literally fight, save, fight, save, fight, save, because you could die like that, even at the levels I'm at. I've seen people do it as low as level 5 and try their luck, but I don't bother at that point. I just stick with the traditional route of fighting around on the ocean and fighting around Elfland. But let's see what happens when we get there. You can walk back and forth to Portoga to stay at the inn and buy items. So you can hang out here for a long time. Walking back and forth to Portoga is a bit of a pain, but it's not that far. We'll probably end this video soon because YouTube only has a 12-hour video limit. Unless you do a live video, then it can be up to 24 hours, I think. I thought about doing a live video of this, but there would be a lot of breaks in between. Alright, so the Peninsula of Power, like I said, is those top 2 tiles on the island here. Let's knock out this snake, spider. And let's go and just literally walk back and forth here. So you got to be careful. There are ice wolves, frost wolves. I think they are ice giants. Here are the frost wolves. These guys are really hard. But let's see what we can do here. Obviously fire. Well, we don't have it. Fire 2. And we have 2 life spells, so that's good. Could try fear. These guys pack quite a punch. Even look what they're doing to my fighter. We should cast A-Ice too. It's also a recommended spell here. I should have done. Ooh, we may lose some people here. Don't have the warm fuzzies about this. Alright, knock through that. Let's hope Fire 2 can kill a bunch of them. Even if it doesn't, it's going to get them close to death. That one's dead. Good. This is working out pretty well, actually. Doing okay here. Dead. Good. If we're lucky, we'll be down to just 2. 3. And let's see what the last one does. 4. Alright, so it took out 1, 2, 3. Took out some of them. I'm going to have to deal with the rest. Let's see if fear became terrified. Good. Means they won't attack. Became terrified. Good. Became terrified. Excellent. And the last one? Ineffective. Alright, so it worked on 3 of the 4. That's good. Ugh. Ow. Right. Good. Terminated. Just 3 left. We can do this. Two down. 2 left, I mean. Oh no. Well, at least my fighter and my black mage will survive. The white wizard and the black belt are dead. Are gonna be dead. I'm gonna have to return to Portoga. So that's what I was saying. I'm at level like 13. Look how hard this area is. So use this wisdom with caution. Terminated. And terminated. Good. Okay, well, we beat them. I have to regroup here and go back to Portoga and bring back my black belt and white wizard back to life. But look at the experience we got. 1,400 points. Black wizard, level up, level 13. Nice. Everybody else is dead. So, not going to get a lot of experience for the other two party members here, but for me it's okay. So, was that worth it? Jury's out. You know, you need a lot of tents, cabins, houses, which you spend a lot of money on just to fight around there. So weigh that as you do this. So to get back to Portoga, past the port, I sometimes wonder if the Peninsula of Power was actually a coding mistake or not, because they did put that random port right near it. So one would make you think that it was actually meant to be there, but jury's out. There's differing opinions on that. Let's try and get out of here. Good. Our black wizard's getting a little low in the power there. As you get to Portoga, the guys get easier. So here's Portoga. We were here before, is where we got the ship. And it's going to be our little base of operations for a little while here. So there is a clinic. Bring back Tech B. Bring back Tech D. Reset my order. Go stay at the inn here. I'll talk to the pirate for a minute too, maybe while we're passing through. I'm going to buy some tents and stuff here. They do not sell houses here, so cabins are my only option besides tents. But we'll buy a few because you can use it, like literally save after every time you fight on the Peninsula of Power. That's the recommendation from the people that use this strategy. So while I don't necessarily like this strategy, I'm definitely just showing you guys how it works. Buy a couple more cabins here. Alright. Bye-bye, Mr. Pirate. He's still hanging around there, even though I killed all his people. Stay at the inn here, only 50 gold. Alright. Let's go back over to that area. Iguanas. These are the guys we found in the Earth Cave. They give a considerable amount of experience when you win, especially if you fight them in groups. Excuse me. My fighter, my black belt got up on level 13. Nice. All right, back to the Peninsula of Power. I'm gonna head up that way after we get through these great imps and green wolf. Took care of those guys. Alright. Back at the Peninsula of Power. So again, the top 2 tiles. This is not one of those fights. Oh, it's my friend the Geists. More stunned. If I didn't mention earlier part of this video, I hate stun. It's so annoying. Three of my 4 guys are stunned. Ooh, oh. Getting tired. Harm 2 will take care of these guys. Assuming I don't get stunned. That took care of him. Right? Terminated. Excellent. Okay. Another fight down. Not much there in the way of experience. Got some, alright, gold. So, we're going to walk back and forth here again on the Peninsula of Power. 2 giants. If you remember what works on giants, lit and fire. Should be able to knock through this other giant here pretty quick. There we go. Giants defeated. 440 experience, 1800 gold. Well worth the fight, especially for the gold. So just walking back and forth here. Ah, nice fight here. This is the fight that you're looking for when you're here. Look, wait till you see what we'll get here. This should be a considerable amount of experience. And we can't run. I don't think you can run from this fight, even if you wanted to. But between fire, harm, and our offensive attacks, this fight should be over pretty quickly. That's right, harm doesn't work on trolls, because they're not dead. Fire, unfortunately, does work on them. Look at that, 182 damage. That one's dead. And that one is dead. Maybe not. That's alright though. Next round, we'll finish this. That one might be dead. Terminated? Nope. Ineffective. Because he's already dead. Alright, so let's spread our attacks here. You attack him, you attack him, you attack him. Okay. Zombo defeated. And the fighter, Black Belt, should take out this troll. Let's check out what we get in terms of experience and gold, now that we have beaten this guy. Almost 1,000 experience, and almost 4,000 gold. Use a cabin here to save. Because remember, if you perish in this game, it will bring you back to the last spot you saved. So you'll lose any of your progress. Alright, let's see how quick we can knock out this guy. Critical hit. Not terminated. Giants have pretty good defense, like I said. Or hit points, I mean. Damage there. Not much. Nice hit with the wizard. Terminated. The wizard killed a giant. Look at that. That's something you don't see every day. $440 experience, 1,800 gold, just rounding, obviously. See what I'm gonna do here. Keep going a little more here. You gotta be careful because if I run into any of those frost wolves and ice giants, they can cause some considerable hurt to my party pretty quick. Good, more zombos. These guys are easy. Light them up. And light them up with harm 3. Fire 3, harm 3 are a devastating combination to undead. Nice. 1,000 experience. Nice. 3 giants. This is going to be some nice experience here. So I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to run out of magic, so I've resorted to Ice 2. But it does a good job on these guys still. Helps out a little. Gotta keep an eye on that black belt's level. Hit point level. He's dead. 1 giant down, 2 to go. So we'll double up on the giant here. We'll fight with the fighter, fight with the black belt. Do lit this time, and we'll just have him attack the giant. We should be able to knock out the giant on the bottom left. Terminated. 1 more giant to go. Fight, 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 fight. The fighter should be able to take this guy out with this next hit. And terminated. 3 giants defeated. Let's see what we did here for experience. 659 points, 2,600 gold. Nice. All right, fight 1 more fight maybe. Oh, frost wolves. These guys I do not like, but there's only 4 of them, so not that big of a deal. But they do pack a wicked punch, and they killed my black belt. So I lied when I said it's not a big deal. It actually is a big deal. Damn. And black belt fell. The frost wolves are some of the hardest guys around here. I'll do lit on them, and we'll do a ice. And then we'll use the white wizard to start healing while we fight this fight. We should get through it with the 3 of us, but man, that was painful. Terminated, good. 1 down, 3 to go. Got through them. Let's use a cabin here. We're going to have to hoof it back to Portoga. Oops, I played the loot by accident. We got a nice amount of gold, with 27,000 gold. We can probably... Actually, you know, I might go back to Crescent Lake and bring him back to life there. We'll see, though. Great imps are pretty much useless. Ice will knock these guys out like nothing. Alright, knock through those guys. Got a whole whopping 18 experience points there. Yeah, baby. Yeah, we'll go to Portoga. And then we'll head back. We may head back to Crescent Lake. An iguana. We should be able to knock this guy out in a round or two at the most. Terminated. 1. Alright, back to our trusty friend at the clinic here. And let's reorganize. A, B, C, D. Awesome. Excellent. We've got our party back to normal here. Let's go back out into the world. Now I gotta decide if I want to go back to the Peninsula of Power or do I want to go back to Crescent Lake and buy some magic. I do have a good amount of money here. Knock through these ogres real quick. Oh, excuse me. Nice. Ogre's defeated. We'll get a little bit of experience there. Not a whole lot. 97, so none, really. But better than... Oh, hey, look. It got the fighter up. 12 of 14. We're almost ready to tackle the volcano at this point. I feel like. Might be a little hard at these levels, but we can probably do it. I'm going to fight around just a little more here. I'm feeling brave. Knock off the spider. Four giants, nice. This is a good fight here. We'll have to light them up with fire 3. And we'll just wail on them with everybody else. Again, fire 3 takes a wide range of damage, as you can see. Goes from 50 to 178 to 87. And what's the last one going to be? 78. So it's a randomized, really randomized. Every spell is. Even Nuke, which is the strongest smell, the Black Wizard Canoe, which you can pick up at Elfland at the hidden magic shop. But you need to be strong, obviously, you know, class changed and all that stuff. And that spell can do anywhere from 50 to like 900. And we'll knock through Giant 1, defeated. We'll start taking these guys down here. We should be able to take down a giant around. If I'm at this point. Punch that guy out. Critical hit. Terminated. Nice. Nice 2. Should light up the 2 guys in the front. Maybe even kill. Terminated. Nice. And what do you think? Not terminated. Physical attacks will take this guy out. They're ineffective because the other giant I originally attacked is already dead. And should be terminated at some point here. There we go. Terminated. 4 giants defeated. We should get a nice amount of experience for that fight. 900 almost. And 3,500 gold. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, let's keep going back and forth here. Head down this way. Thinking I might head back to Crescent Lake at this point, the more I'm thinking about it. I kind of think we might be ready to tackle the volcano. The guys are not overly difficult in there, and believe it or not, if you walk a certain way, you get attacked that often. You don't get attacked that often, which I will teach as we get in there. Got rid of the ogre. Ooh. I'm going to head back down this way. So while we head back to Crescent Lake, we'll talk about everything we've done so far. So we started out the game, we defeated Garland. We then went to Portoga and defeated Bilk the Pirate and got the ship. We then went to Elfland and recovered the crown from the Marsh Cave, defeated Astos, gave the crystal back to Matoya, got the herb, brought the prince out of his slumber, which then acquired us the mystic key, which we then used to collect a bunch of treasure chests, and the TNT, which was used to break a hole in the western part of the continent, which allowed us free reign into the world. We then went to Melmond and defeated the vampire in the Earth Cave, used the ruby to pass through the Titan's tunnel, got the rod, which then allowed us to go deeper into the Earth Cave, where we defeated Lich, the Fiend of the Earth. We then came to Crescent Lake and acquired the Canoe, and we have been fighting around ever since. I showed everyone the Peninsula of Power, and our next step in our adventure is to tackle the Gurgu volcano and defeat the Fiend of Fire, Carrie. So that is our next step. Right now we're heading back to Crescent Lake to acquire some more magic and probably prepare to tackle the volcano. So let's continue to head back to Crescent Lake here. We got a giant, which we're just gonna fight off. Just keep beating up this giant here. Knocked out that giant. Boom, 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 boom. 220 experience, 879 gold. And now, back at Crescent Lake again, the shortcut, just canoe right across the lake. Just gotta be careful you don't get attacked, which I did, which is fine. Fight off these Caribs here. Caribs. Caribs. 1 down, 5 to go. Two more down. 2 to go. Wrong one. Alright, let's do you. Let's target the bottom one, top one, bottom one. Boom, boom. Terminated. And missed. He should take this guy out. Terminated. Awesome. $360 experience, 120 gold. Level 14 for Tech C. Nice. Tech D, level 14 as well. Excellent. We're about halfway through the levels we need to beat the game. Back here at Crescent Lake. We'll stay at the inn with 33,000 gold. I think I'll go up and pay a visit to the item shop here. We need to get some houses for the volcano. Only need about 2. I'll buy 3 just to play it safe. 4, why not? And then we can go out. I'm thinking if I want to start heading towards the volcano at this point, I might fight around just a little bit more here. We're almost, I feel like we're ready for the volcano, but I could get up maybe 1 more level just to play it safe. Again, 1 level makes all the difference. Take out that troll. Terminated. Alright, well, while we fight around, I think this is a good spot to take a break. This completes part 1 of our playthrough of Final Fantasy on the Nintendo Entertainment System. I hope everyone is enjoying this so far. If you could please hit that like button and subscribe to my channel, that would be totally awesome. I really appreciate everybody watching this stuff, and hopefully everybody is enjoying it as much as I am. If you have any questions or comments, as always, please just drop a comment on the video. I do my best to answer every single one. I will see you guys soon for part 2 of our playthrough of Final Fantasy on the Nintendo Entertainment System. Thanks a lot, everybody.